gross. I'm gonna throw up. Don't put your finger in my ass. Oh, that's rude. You're making me ill. I've never heard that. Ever. Then again, maybe I can't hear it because your thighs are clenched. God, I hope she's enjoying this. I'm getting a headache down here. And I feel like drinking a Coke, too. What the hell's that all about? Honey, turn over. Wow, I feel like having a Snickers. Oh, Bill, are you still doing the lick the asshole bit, too, honey? Please tell your mama let her head rest easy on the pillow tonight. Son, all the people at church want to know when you're going to be performing in town. They all want to come out and see my boy perform the suck his own cock bit, followed by the lick the asshole sketch. The preacher wants to talk to you after the show. I don't know what Father Swaggart has to say to you, but I believe he thinks of the utmost importance. Something about a man named Manny. Anyway. We've come full circle. Okay, folks, my final point. Too late. I wish you showed that kind of enthusiasm the first hour 20 into the show. Now I think you're just using me. You got nowhere to go. You're homeless, aren't you, you bastards? We'll attend comedy club for food. I've seen your signs. Here is my final point. About drugs, alcohol, pornography, whatever that is. What business is it of yours as long as I don't harm another human being? What business is it of yours what I buy, read, see, or do to myself? What business is it of yours? Let me answer the question for you in case you're having a little moral fucking conflict in your head. None of your fucking business. But what is their response to that each and every time? But we have to protect the children. We have to protect the children. Let me tell you something real quick. Children are smarter than any of us. You know how I know that? I don't know one child with a full-time job and children. Quick, these kids. They're just brilliant. Right out of the womb, they're that smart. It's only after we get a hold of them that they're ruined irreparably. Where did this veneration of childbirth come from? I missed that fucking meeting, I'll tell you that. Childbirth is such a miracle. It's such a miracle. No, it's not. No more a miracle than eating food and a turd coming out of your ass. You know what a miracle is? A miracle is raising a kid who doesn't talk in a fucking movie theater, okay? That's a miracle. A miracle is raising a kid who doesn't run into my crotch at the supermarket because they have no peripheral vision. Where is that little miracle? Come here! It's Beelzebozo time. Mommy! Who here's never been locked in a deep freezer? I'm gonna take you to Uncle Jesse's house. Mommy! If it were a miracle, then not every 9 months any yin-yang in the world could drop a litter of these mewling fucking cabbages on the planet. And in case you have not checked the single mom statistics lately, the miracle is spreading like fucking wildfire. Hallelujah. Trailer parks all over America filling up with little miracles. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Look at all my little miracles. Thunk. Filling up my trailer like a sardine can. Look at them. Thunk. You know what would be a real miracle? If I could remember your daddy's name. Thunk. I'm gonna have to call you Trucker Jr. That's all I remember about your daddy was his fuzzy little pot belly riding on top of me, shooting his caffeine-ridden semen into my belly to produce my little waterhead miracle baby child. Thunk. Thump, there's your brother, Pizza Boy Delivery Jr. Thump, there's your other brother, Terminator Jr. Hallelujah. Well, folks, on that holiday note, joy and to all of you. Good night. So long. Thank you very much. Get me back, Boston. Thank you so much. And have a good night. So long. The world is like a ride at an amusement park, and when you choose to go on it, you think it's real, because that's how powerful our minds are. And the ride goes up and down and round and round. It has thrills and chills, and it's very brightly colored, and it's very loud, and it's fun for a while. Some people have been on the ride for a long time, and they begin to question, is this real, or is this just a ride? And other people have remembered, and they come back to us, and they say, hey, don't worry, don't be afraid, ever, because this is just a ride.
People took a stand.
He was the type of guy that you'd watch him as a comedian and you'd kind of feel bad. You'd kind of go, you know, I really should be doing more of this kind of thing. I really should be telling the truth more often.
Because I've greased my hair and I'm a little fucking poet tonight, all right? I'm a little dark poet. That's who I am.
Bill had a lack of concern. He wasn't concerned with what the audience thought, who would boo him. He wasn't concerned with how it would affect his business. He just said what he wanted to say.
I said to Bill, you know, you're just that far from being a preacher. And he said, I am a preacher.
My voice was not heard. The questions were not asked that I wanted to see asked.
He's really an ass-kicking comedian, you know, the best kind, the only kind that matters. When jokes mean, the jokes are meant to kill.
How many, quickly, how many non-smokers are here tonight? Non-smokers, by round of applause. Let's hear non-smokers. Good.
I love being in New York. I love running the bum gauntlet down every street. God, I hate those guys, man. Very idea they want me to just give them the hard-earned money my folks send to me every week. Leech. Get a job. My dad works 8 hours a day for this quarter. I mean, the nerve.
Many good artists have an inner voice, and for whatever reason, some people can hear their inner voice and others can't. And I think his was one of questioning what was going on around him, from religion to politics to sexuality, drug use, evolution. He was just a very engaged person who felt compelled to make comedic chestnuts out of all these complex issues, and he was clearly gifted at it, and challenged not only his audiences, but I think other comedians.
It's time that we as God's people took a stand and said to our kids, no, no.
A lot of Christians wear crosses around their necks. Do you think when Jesus comes back, he ever wants to see a fucking cross? It's kind of like going up to Jackie Onassis with a little sniper rifle pendant, you know. Hey, Jackie, just thinking of John.
The first time we heard about Bill performing on stage was at our church camp when he was 13 years old. And I heard about it from some of the ladies in my Sunday school class who asked me if Bill had gone to church camp, which he had. And then one of the ladies told me that her son said that he was the funniest thing he had ever heard. So after Sunday school, I went to our assistant pastor, who had been the camp pastor, and asked him what Bill did. And he said, well, Mary, he is very funny, but you may look at how you raised him.
The Prince of Peace is back, but he's pissed off. Fuck you, pilot.
I couldn't understand why Bill used the F word so much. And I think I said, well, Bill, I don't hear Bob Hope using it or any other well-known comedian. And, of course, he didn't like that, and he didn't like Bob Hope too much, or anybody that I would mention. So, he took issue with that statement.
I did that joke in Alabama. These three rednecks met me after the show. Hey, buddy, come here. Hey, Mr. Comedian, come here. Yeah, I love that move. Come here. Not a physics major. I think that's a safe bet. Mr. Funny Man, come here. Hey, buddy, we're Christians. We don't like what you said. I said, then forgive me.
He was that odd sort of person that could sort of hate where he came from, but love it too. I mean, some of his most savage attacks would be on religious or things in the South, yet that's where he came from. I mean, so he could go home. He could ultimately love it and hate it at the same time.
I was in Nashville, Tennessee last year. After the show, I went to a Waffle House. I'm not proud of it. I was hungry. And I'm alone, I'm eating, and I'm reading a book, right? Waitress walks over to me. Hey, what you reading for? Sound like the weirdest fucking question you've ever heard? Not what am I reading, but what am I reading for? Well, God damn it, you stumped me. Why do I read? I guess I read for a lot of reasons, and the main one is so I don't end up being a fucking waffle waitress.
Bill and I both shared the love of the South and its sweetness and just really originality. It's like one of the few really still original places, I think, in America. And Bill knew that. But anytime you love something that much, you see all of its flaws tenfold.
But then this trucker in the next booth gets up, stands over me, and goes, well, looks like we got ourselves a reader. What the fuck's going on here? It's not like I walked into a Klan rally in a Boy George outfit. God damn it, it's a book!
Please put it together. Give a warm Austin welcome for Dwight Slade. Thank you. Thank you very much. Keep a nice applause going for Louie, ladies and gentlemen. Fresh out of rehab.
Well, in 1978, the Comedy Workshop opened up in Houston, Texas, and it was very exciting for us because we were 15 years old, and this was what we were waiting for. But the support for our parents to leave our homes on a school night and go to a nightclub was unrelentless. We couldn't do it. We were grounded basically for the rest of our adolescence, and the only way to do it was to sneak out. So Kevin Booth would drive up, Bill would sneak out of his window, and drive over to my house. I would sneak out of my house. We would get in the car and go down to the workshop and do our sets under the pretenses that we were at the library.
It was very strange. I mean, we were all underage. In fact, I think Bill and Dwight had to have some kind of a special permit to be allowed to perform. So it was very weird going from our high school keg parties and everything to this adult world. And then is what really made it weird was when Bill kind of started to rule this adult world. And he wasn't even old enough to be drinking alcohol yet. And all of a sudden he was blowing the other older comedians off the stage.
I knew he was writing these jokes, but I did not know what that meant. And one time I was home from college, I guess, and he said, come down to the Comedy Workshop, which was a place in Houston. And I said, well, why? I'd never been to a comedy club. It just wasn't a big thing. And he said, well, just come down there tonight. So I went down that night, and I couldn't believe it. He was a superstar already. He was like 15 years old, maybe 14 years old, and there was a sold-out show, lines waiting to get in, and that was my brother. I couldn't believe it.
Not a time to quit smoking, kids. But I fucking did it. And yes, I miss them. It is hard to quit smoking. Every one of them looks real good to me right now. Every cigarette looks like it was made by God, rolled by Jesus, and moistened shut with Claudia Schiffer's pussy right now.
He really wasn't a comedian when I met him. He was starting to be a comedian. I mean, I knew him, God, 12, 13 years. He was still a kid. He was in high school, and I was playing in Austin, and he would come and listen. And, you know, when you're a comedian, you've been on TV, inevitably the comedy club owner always says, oh, there's a group of people in the city that, would you talk to them about comedy? Okay, so one of the afternoons you get on, you talk to them about comedy. I think he had a comedy workshop at this club, and I've always find when you're teaching comedy, the one who sort of gets up and discusses and leaves and thinks you're a jerk is usually the best comedian in the room.
What I liked about Bill was here is a guy that nobody knew, myself included, who had a swagger to his demeanor, both physical and emotional swagger. And it was, I just liked that for no good reason, for no justifiable reason. I'm cocky, you know, nobody knows me, too bad. You know, it was just kind of like you could almost see him sort of just turning his shoulder to the audience.
No, I've got material planned. I didn't say I'd take fucking request. Okay? I said if you wanted to hear it, I'd stay. If this is fucking, I'm not a jukebox. Boy, I don't know how much AIDS scares y'all, but I got a theory. The day they come out with a cure for AIDS, guaranteed one shot, no problem, cure, on that day, there's gonna be fucking in the streets, man. It's over! Who are you? Come here. What's your name, baby? No, it's over. Yeah. Woo! Man, if you can't get laid on that day, cut it off.
He didn't seem to mind what people thought of him. That never seemed to really matter. And even in the early years in high school, he wasn't really affected by peer pressure or anything like that at all.
He's never worried about
amazing.
offending people either.
No.
Offending people is not something.
It was their problem.
Yeah.
You know, if they were offended, then they just didn't get it or something.
But you know, if you play New Kids on the Block albums backwards, they sound better. Yeah. Oh, come on, Bill. They're the New Kids. Don't pick on them. They're so good. They're so clean cut, and they're such a good image for the children. Fuck that. When did mediocrity and banality become a good image for your children? I want my children to listen to people who fucking rocked. I don't care if they died in puddles of their own vomit. I want someone who plays from his fucking heart. Mommy, the man Bill told me to listen to has a blood bubble on his nose. Shut up and listen to him play. The New Kids. Hi, we're the New Kids, and we're so good and clean too. We're so clean cut. A good clean country. I want them to fucking play with one hand and put a gun in their other fucking head and go, I hope you enjoyed the show. Yes! Yes! Play from your fucking heart! I am available for children's parties right now.
He was always interested in altered states, expanded awareness, ever since I knew him. I mean, we meditated and we did flotation tanks, sensory deprivation, all these things. And someone had told him that mushrooms cause these great altered states, so he wanted to try it.
I believe that God left certain drugs growing naturally upon our planet to help speed up and facilitate our evolution. Okay, not the most popular idea ever expressed. Either that or you're real high and agreeing with me in the only way you can right now.
We reached the point of realizing that the way to trip would be to go out into the woods and just, you know, be at one with nature. And that's when Bill stopped, I don't know, trying to combine the drugs and performing. And it was like two different things. I mean, it would almost be like a little religious quest. We'd go off out into my family's ranch or wherever and have our experience, and then he would come back to his life and try to reassimilate it into his comedy.
We got pulled over tripping on acid one night, pulled over by the cops. Don't recommend it. Cops don't appreciate fish driving around. They frown on that. Long night, man. Cops were tapping on this window. We're staring at them in this mirror. How tall are you? It's a little cop. Look at him. How does he drive that big fucking car?
I think a lot of people enjoyed the fact that Bill said, listen, I indulged in drugs, and I had a great time doing it. You know, I didn't lose my house, I didn't lose my car. I mean, it's always this black and white thing. You know, it's either drugs are bad or, you know, and smoking is bad. But Bill kind of showed you, well, there's a lot of gray area in there.
How about a positive LSD story? That would be newsworthy, don't you think? Anybody think that just once, to hear a positive LSD story? Today, a young man on acid realized that all matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration. That we are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There is no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves. Here's Tom with the weather.
In high school, well, you know, most kids were going out to bowling alleys and dances. Bill wanted to go to porno movies and things like that, so we said, okay, let's go to a porno movie. So Bill calls up the porno place and says, what's the movie playing tonight? And
Babylon Pink.
Babylon Pink was the one that stuck in our memory. And then Bill calls back and says, what's it about? He was serious. And the guy said, well, it's about a woman that works in an office and everyone has sex with her. Oh, okay, we'll be right down. So, and we were underage, so we had to look older, so we wore coats and ties. So we showed up at the porno movie in our Sunday best with our popcorn, and
I was a little leery about the popcorn at the porno theater. Bill felt okay about it.
Bill thought it was all right.
Are there actually women in the world who do not like to give blowjobs? See a lot of guys on dates got their fingers crossed here tonight. Answer him, honey. Go ahead. Let's hear how you feel about this right now.
What would always be surprising is when we go see Bill perform, is he would always have like a new twist that he didn't have for us, you know, as friends hanging out and talking. And he would give it one extra edge. And he would also bring his own personal life into it a lot of times. And we, you know, first time that I ever saw Bill like talking about masturbation on stage, I mean, I was just blushing for him. I couldn't believe it. But look how far we've come now.
A woman one night yelled out, "Yeah, you ever try it?" I said, "Yeah." Almost broke my back. It's that one vertebrae, I swear to God. It's that close. I think that vertebrae is going to be the thing to go in our next evolutionary step. Just a theory and a fervent prayer. Yeah, now all the guys are going, honey, I have no idea what he's talking about. I think he's a devil child. That may be true, but guys, you know what I'm talking about. I can speak for every guy here in this room tonight. Guys, if you could blow yourselves, ladies, you'd be in this room alone right now, watching an empty stage. Boy, my folks are proud of me. Bill, honey, you still doing that suck your own cock, Bill? Yeah, Mom. Good, baby. That's such a crowd pleaser. How clever are you to come up with the suck your own cock bit, honey? You're so clever, it makes your mama's bosom swell with pride. Knowing her son is traveling the world using his given surname, going up in front of rooms of total strangers and doing the suck your own cock piece. Thanks, Mom. No biggie.
When he was up in high school, they used to give him 5 minutes before class to get all that out of his system so they could proceed with the classes. We heard that, so.
Well, one of the teachers called me and asked me if I could help her get her class back from Bill. She said I told him he could have 5 minutes while I was checking the roll, and she said, I can't get it back. I said, that's your problem. You shouldn't have let him get up there.
Mommy, I want Goat Boy to come play at our house.
He was taking fully the role of the kind of the witch doctor in front of the audience. I mean, really, you got a performance going on here, and it's like a big, giant exorcism of all the evil shit that's inside of us that poisons us day to day to day. It just adds up, gets locked into our brains. We can't get it out. We don't know what to do with it. TV talk shows aren't going to help it. The news isn't. Nothing's going to help it. You just need a guy to get up there and just take you by the lapels and shake the shit out of you.
I'm Goat Boy. What do you want, Goat Boy? Big old smelly, shaggy thing.
He was dark, and he had some very dark images that he wanted to explain to people in graphic detail. Yeah, so he would shock people, and it would shock people into paying attention or just being surprised that he would say things like that.
Goat Boy is here to please you. How? Tie me to your headboard. Throw your legs over my shoulders and let me wear you like a feed bag.
Bill and I's whole relationship was based around, like, you know, writing wacky songs and taking these photographs of ourselves, like trying to make ourselves look like rock stars. I really thought Bill and I were going to go on to be in a band together forever, and then he decided to be a stand-up comic. And so he was kind of split on that thing, but...
He always wanted to be a musician. I mean, rock star,
Yeah.
I think, was the #1 thing.
He was fascinated with, you know, Alice Cooper and rock music and you know, the Jimi Hendrix story, and he was Kiss. He was fascinated by those theatrics and that power.
I'd hesitate to call Bill Hicks a rock and roll comedian, but what I would say about him is that he has managed very successfully to take the things that appeal to teenage and 20-something audiences in pop music out of the records and put them into a live comedy routine. The reason a lot of young middle-class people didn't used to be interested in comedy at all was because the comedians weren't talking about anything that they were interested in, and the reason they were into music instead was because the musicians were. Bill Hicks has taken a lot of those concerns and he's put them into humorous situations, and that's why He has a rock and roll appeal.
It's great to be here. I thank you. I've been on the road doing comedy for 10 years now, so bear with me while I plaster on a fake smile and plow through this shit one more time.
Most comedians perform in front of television audiences and don't have a life in front of an audience, a real long life in front of the public. But he was performing like, 250, 280 days a year, he told me. And therefore, he really was good, masterful with an audience, easy, at ease with an audience. He could think on his feet.
By the way, if anyone here is in advertising or marketing, kill yourself. Thank you. Just a little thought. I'm just trying to plant seeds. Maybe one day they'll take root. I don't know. You try. You do what you can. Kill yourselves. Seriously, though, if you are, do. No, really. There's no rationalization for what you do, and you are Satan's little helpers, okay? Kill yourself. Seriously. You're the ruiner of all things good. Seriously. No, this is not a joke. He's going to be a joke coming. There's no fucking joke coming. You are Satan's spawn, filling the world with bile and garbage. You are fucked and you are fucking us. Kill yourself. It's the only way to save your fucking soul. Kill yourself.
It wasn't like a guy who just comes up and stands at a mic and lays out one-liners, but rather that there's this sort of tornado moving around the stage and cycling around and throwing all this energy out at you.
And it was his bravery, where he was able to go on stage. And because you look at them as well, like he played the Dominion, and for any comedian over here to play the Dominion, they'd be kind of going, no pause, so just quickly get the material out, And you can see Bill on stage just reflecting and, thinking, what am I going to think about next?
I know what all the marketing people are thinking right now, too. Oh, you know what Bill's doing? He's going for that anti-marketing dollar. That's a good market. He's very smart. Oh, man, I am not doing that. You fucking evil scumbags.
For all the talk about Bill being like Hendrix or Dylan or Jim Morrison or Lenny Bruce, it was Jesus Bill wanted to be. He wanted to save us all. But Bill got freeze-framed in the scene where Jesus went through the temple and said, "This is my Father's house and you've turned it into a den of thieves." Because that's what Bill always wanted to do. He wanted to be Christ at his angriest.
You know what Bill's doing now? He's going for the righteous indignation dollar. That's a big dollar. A lot of people are feeling that indignation. We've done research. Huge market. He's doing a good thing. God damn it, I'm not doing that, you scumbags. Quit putting a goddamn dollar sign on every fucking thing on this planet. I personally do not believe in burning the flag. It's a personal belief, but I'll tell you something. I think people are overreacting. Oh, just a little bit. Hey, buddy, my daddy died for that flag. Well, I bought mine. Sorry. They sell them at Kmart for $3. You're in, you're out, brand new flag. No violence was necessary. Hey, buddy, my daddy died in the Korean War for that flag. What a coincidence. My flag was made in Korea.
America is a place that you love and you hate at the same time because everything is here, everything possible, every possible evil and every possible good. And it's very frustrating for somebody like Bill, whose antennas are always open and he's lays himself open, his heart and his mind, to see all the hypocrisy and contradictions of what we could really be and what we are.
Comedians are one of the few people around who really have license to tell the truth, Movies don't really have it, and certainly television personalities don't really have it. Comedians do, because ultimately they're only responsible to themselves. They're not responsible to a studio or a network or a corporate entity, And for that reason, they have probably more license to tell the truth than anybody. And most of them don't take it. Bill took it, and you have to admire that about him.
First of all, this needs to be said. There never was a war. How can you say that, Bill? Well, a war is when two armies are fighting.
So you see, right there, I think we can all agree that it wasn't exactly a war.
I had a very, very big, one of the top comedians in this country tell me during the Iraq War that they couldn't do it. They said they wouldn't put their neck on the line. They were against the war and they wouldn't say anything because they basically felt that you watch those little bags of money just fly away. It's like, kiss your career goodbye.
He had absolutely phenomenal stuff about the Gulf War. And it was because you get the English comics coming out and going, hey, the Gulf War, and doing some really dodgy, crap stuff about it. And Bill just went out and went, look, this is what's happening. And like you actually thought for a moment, here's a comedian who actually knows more than me about a subject. And besides knowing more about a subject, he's being very funny about it.
Those guys were in hog heaven out there. You understand, man? They had a big weapons catalog opened up. What's G12 do, Tommy? Well, it says here it destroys everything but the fillings in their teeth. Helps us pay for the war effort. Well, shit, pull that one up. Pull up G12, please. Cool. What's G13 do?
See, I think Bill said a lot of things that were so true that, they just couldn't deal with it. I mean, you can't, certain people can't take but so much truth. And he would never, with me, I would tell you truths, but then I'd let you off and I'd tell you something real, real funny and make you laugh. But I'd make you think again and make you laugh. See, a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. But wasn't no spoonful of sugars with Bill.
I love talking about the Warren Commission. I love talking about the Kennedy assassination as well. It's the reason I do, because I'm fascinated by it. I'm fascinated that our government could lie to us so blatantly, so obviously, for so long, and we do absolutely nothing about it. I think that's interesting in what is ostensibly a democracy. Sarcasm. Come on in. People say, Bill, quit talking about Kennedy, man. It was a long time ago. Just let it go. All right? It's a long time ago. Just forget it. I'm like, all right, then don't bring up Jesus to me. As long as we're talking shelf life here,
I brought him to the attention of the Letterman show back in the mid-'80s, I suppose. He was still too far off the wall for the Tonight Show, which was the more mainstream show. And the Late Night with David Letterman was sort of the crazy take a chance program. And he was well suited to that. I remember bringing him down and Morty, the producers, and they would hear him and go, Bill, this is good, but can you change this? He'd go in these fits of rage. No, I can't. It's the essence of the bit. We'd have these. I said, look, just get on TV. We just do it. And we go back and forth, back and forth. And then he went on to do, I guess, 11 or 12 Letterman appearances and was pretty, very successful.
Our next guest is a very intense and very funny young man who has been on this program a number of times, and he's back again tonight. He has his own HBO One Night Stand program, which premieres this Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bill Hicks. Bill!
We had heard of him, and he came on the show, and it did very well, as I recall, his first time. And that was great for us, because we're always looking for somebody to come on and just blow the roof off the place. And so we thought, this is great. We have a new guy here who has been very effective. And then, of course, you worry, well, can he do it again? Will the subsequent shot hold up? And over the years, and I don't know how long he was with us on the old show, but he never disappointed.
I learned a lot about women. I think I learned exactly how the fall of man occurred in the Garden of Eden. Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden, and Adam said one day, wow, Eve, here we are at one with nature, at one with God. We'll never age, we'll never die. And all our dreams come true the instant that we have them. And Eve said, yeah, it's just not enough, is it?
We always push the envelope by seeing, okay, just how much of a fuck you attitude can you have without going over the line on network television? And that was always the thrill of presenting him.
I can't quote you club owners or television executives by name, but I know that the nature of what Bill did was not universally applauded and accepted because it did challenge the status quo and might upset certain political sensibilities in the audience and in the corporate structures.
When his stuff was taken off the air for Letterman, he wrote me a 32-page letter, handwritten, a sort of a cri de coeur. He couldn't understand the situation just because, you know, he was a free spirit. The whole point of it was a joke. These jokes had import, but it was the prescribing of his freedom which so offended him.
Well, our relationship with Bill Hicks came to kind of a peculiar ending, made all the more peculiar by the man's death. And I have personal regrets about how our relationship developed prior to his death. So it makes me doubly sad that he's now not around so that we can, I think, correct mistakes that were made on his behalf. So I feel a personal sense of regret regarding that.
And what it did also do was give him a more material for his belief, correct, in my view, that it was that television worked to control the society, to keep the culture credulous, to keep it from thinking, to enchant it, literally, to spellbind it. And his job, as he saw it, was to break the spell.
Go back to bed, America. Your government has figured out how it all transpired. Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here's American Gladiators. Watch this. Shut up. Go back to bed, America. Here's American Gladiators. Here is 56 channels of it. Watch these pituitary retards bang their fucking skulls together and congratulate you on living in the land of freedom. Here you go, America. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
With Bill, you always got the impression that stand-up was an end in itself. You know, to many people in the stand-up business, it's just a stepping stone. You know, it's, hey, I'll get a sitcom, I'll have a wacky neighbor, and the next thing I know, I'll be chatting with Regis, you know. And it shows. Bill Hicks wasn't out there just to get some laughs and collect a check.
I'm so sick of arming the world and then sending troops over to destroy the fucking arms. You know what I mean? We keep arming these little countries, then we go and blow the shit out of them. We're like the bullies of the world, you know? We're like Jack Palance in the movie Shane, throwing the pistol at the sheep herder's feet. Pick it up. I don't want to pick it up, mister. You'll shoot me. Pick up the gun. Mister, I don't want no trouble, huh? I just came downtown here to get some Hard Rock candy for my kids, some gingham for my wife. I don't even know what gingham is, but she goes through about 10 rolls a week of that stuff. I ain't looking for no trouble, mister. You all saw him. He had a gun.
I think his message came from his feelings and his observations of what was happening in this country, and I think he was determined and passionately determined to try to make some changes through this medium.
He was on a mission. He was on a journey, and the point was that he did make that journey exciting for anybody who managed to meet him on it.
It's just a ride. And we can change it anytime we want. It's only a choice. No effort, no work, no job, no savings of money. A choice right now between fear and love. The eyes of fear want you to put bigger locks on your door, buy guns, close yourself off. The eyes of love instead see all of us as one. I'm going to share with you a vision that I had because I love you. And you feel it. You know all that money we spend on nuclear weapons and defense every year, trillions of dollars, correct? Instead, Just play with this. If we spent that money feeding and clothing the poor of the world, and it would pay for it many times over, not one human being excluded. Not one human being excluded, and we can explore space together, both inner and outer, forever in peace. Thank you very much. You've been great. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much. You're great.
You guys are great. Thank you very much. Good night.
It would have been a wonderful thing to see him as a sort of a 60-year-old curmudgeonly guy, still smoking and drinking and looking terrible and talking about losing weight and never doing any of those things. It's just a great tragedy. It's very, very sad. It really is. I think if you're a comedian, it's a bit like John Lennon. It's like someone, gee, just when it looked like they were happiest and a creative sort of a slower but more productive creative period was about to happen, gee, the whole thing just went away.
And I have to say, I know Bill has ascended and God has opened his doors and said, I am so glad to see you. I've been missing you. You know what I'm saying? It's like God called his child home and told him to come on in. It's time to play, and you can have the best time, and you can be who you want to be right here and now, forever. There's no censorship in heaven.
I flatly deny the charge of sexual harassment. Folks, my first guest this evening you've seen on The Letterman Show. He's on HBO on his own specials. He's got 2 comedy albums entitled Dangerous and Relentless, and he is definitely both of those. Say hello to Bill Hicks, folks. Bill, welcome back. Have a seat. Nice to have you back. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
I'm doing pretty good, except for this, controversy.
The Clarence Thomas?
Yeah, right. I'm involved with that, yeah.
I tell you what.
I put the pubic hair in the Coke, by the way.
I wrote The Exorcist. Was that in the intro? I learned something real important watching that Clarence Thomas hearing.
Yeah?
I don't stand a chance. Okay? Don't even call the committee. Mr. Hicks, are you familiar at all with a video series called Clam Lappers Volume 1 through 90? Sort of familiar, but, Mr. Hicks, are you familiar with a man named Manuel who works at the Show World Adult Video Parlor? Manny! Mr. Hicks, they subpoena me. They subpoena me. It wouldn't take long. But, what's really the bummer is that porno took a real beating, and,
Bad choice of words.
Yeah, well... I got something to tell you, and I hope I'm not out of line, but, I love pornography. Sorry. I love it. Every position, everything. I love everything about it. I think it's great, and I have lots of it, and I just love it, and, well, thank you, Mr. Hicks, for your testimony. We cannot use you on the Supreme Court, but if you want to be a senator, welcome aboard, boy.
Big party at Teddy's. Hey, Bill, any other forms of entertainment you enjoy as much as porno? Would you like a glass?
Well, no, I'm just fiddling.
All right.
I love movies, not just porno movies. I love all movies, and that's why I'm real excited. I had an incredible idea how to revolutionize motion pictures. I'm watching Terminator 2, phenomenal stunts, right? I'm thinking to myself, there's no way they can top these stunts in a movie again. You know what I mean? You can't top this unless they start using terminally ill people as stuntmen in pictures. Well, now hear me out.
I know this sounds crazy.
Well, I know, some people think that sounds cruel, but, I think it's more cruel to leave your loved ones dying in some sterile hospital room surrounded by strangers. Forget that. Put them in the films. You want your grandmother dying alone, or do you want her to meet Chuck Norris? She's out of her misery. You've seen the greatest film of all time. Wow, he kicked her head right off her body. That was great. It looks so real. He's wiping her brain off his shoe. Look! How do they do that? Not one of my more popular theories.
Yeah, I don't see that going into into execution very quickly. Again, another poor choice of words. Bill, you still smoking?
Yeah.
You haven't given it up, huh?
I'm trying to quit.
You're like a radical smoker.
I know. I tried to quit, which is not in character, but I did.
No, it's not. How recently was that?
It was like a year ago, and I'm still traumatized over it. And no, I did acupuncture, which helps reduce smoking, and it really worked. It's an ancient Chinese technique where they take needles and poke little holes in the filters of all your cigarettes.
Maybe you didn't go to a real good guy.
We live in such a weird culture, man. Remember that when Yul Brynner died and came out with that commercial after he was dead?
Yeah, no, that was an effective one.
I'm Yul Brynner and I'm dead now. Wow, what the hell's this guy selling? I'm all ears. I'm Yul Brynner and I'm dead now because I smoke cigarettes. Pretty scary. But they could have done that with anyone. They could have done it with that Jim Hicks guy, too. Remember that guy, the health nut who died while jogging? Let's see his commercial. I'm Jim Hicks and I'm dead now. I don't know what the hell happened. I jogged every day, ate nothing but tofu, swam 500 laps every morning, I'm dead. Yul Brynner drank, smoked, and scored every night of his life. He's dead. Shoot.
Well, they say people who quit smoking say that all their senses get sharper. That they
Yeah,
can smell better, taste better, and all
yeah,
that.
yeah. Your sense of smell comes. I live in New York City. I don't want my sense of smell back, all right? Is that urine? Woo! I think I smell a dead guy. Honey, look, a dead guy covered in urine. All right. So glad I quit smoking. I never would have found him. New York, New York.
Well, now a lot of non-smokers are getting pretty vocal about their rights. So in New York, you're really running the risk of lighting up a cigarette in a restaurant.
Yeah, well, I know what they want to see. I'm Bill Hicks and I'm dead now because I smoke cigarettes. Cigarettes didn't kill me. A bunch of non-smokers kicked the tar out of me one night. I tried to run. They had more energy than I. I tried to hide. They heard me wheezing. Many of them smelled me. There he is. Get him, get him, get him.
Is it? Do you find confrontations with non-smokers?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm going to read an article to you. This is an absolutely true article about that mass murder in Luby's down in Texas. Mr. Joy.
This is a friend of yours, wasn't he?
Yeah. Henner crashed through the window and started shooting everyone, but mostly he shot people in the no-smoking section. They got it the worst. So we all find ways to deal with tragedy, Paul.
So what you're saying, smoking saved your life?
Well, you know, he got in there, he looks over at smoking, his eyes squint up, he can't see. Over here, there's day glow, you know, running gear, people eating salads.
Now, where did you grow up? You didn't grow up in New York, did you?
No, I grew up in the South.
Where? Texas, right?
Texas, right. It's got its own peculiar life. I once saw a sign in Texas for a drive-through snake farm. Seemed a bit cruel. Squish, squish, squish. Fun and educational. You know, if you run over a snake's head, his tail explodes. Woo! Who's hungry? Let's go to Luby's. Please do.
Well, was it a tough adjustment for you going to New York?
Oh, New York.
Pretty different, except for the
There's no way
guns.
to prepare for it, Paul.
A lot of guns in Texas, a lot of guns in New York. That's the only connection I can make.
Yeah, but there's no trucks where the guns are in New York. They're on everybody. You know, you've been in New York too long, you're walking down the street, a gun goes up behind you, you don't even turn around to see what it was, you know? And then you get home that night and discover you were shot. I think I'm getting jaded. Terminally ill stuntman. That's cracking me up.
It's killing me. It's killing me. Well, you know, most of the gunplay in New York it has to do with the drug problem. Which, you know, last time you were on, you talked about the war on drugs, and there's a big difference now. It's out of the news.
Well, you know, if you've been in New York City, you know that the war on drugs has definitely taken a ceasefire. Okay. You walk through the streets, people sell drugs out loud on the streets of New York. It's unbelievable. Heroin, heroin, heroin. Coke, 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 smoke, smoke, smoke. It's unbelievable. I'm walking down the street one day, a guy's walking ahead of me, passes one of those guys, guy looks at him and goes, heroin, 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 heroin. I walk by him, he looks at me, he goes, glue. I can afford heroin, buddy. I'm doing laundry right now. As soon as my jacket's out of the cleaners, I'm coming back and buying some from you.
Bill Hicks, folks. Don't go away. There's more on Comic Cellar with Bill. Thanks a lot, man. Okay, let me bring out our first guest today. We're very happy to have him with us, and he's gone out of his way to be here because he just flew in from London, literally came directly from the airport to our show, so we're real pleased to have him. He's one of the best comics working the circuit today. He's got a new album coming out he'll tell us about. Welcome, please, Bill Hicks, ladies and gentlemen. Bill,
how are you?
I'm feeling good. How are you?
Oh, you know, standing erect.
Good to see you, Bill. Dressed in that cheery way you do.
Hey, black isn't in California? No?
All the way from London. Thanks. That's a long flight. Thanks for making it.
Yeah, you ever been to London?
Yeah, I have.
It's beautiful there.
It is great.
I just love it. From California, where everyone's tan with white teeth, to people who are white with tan teeth.
That is a very long flight.
11 hours. Bring a book. Bring some paper. Write a book.
You have way too much time on your hands on a plane coming up with this stuff.
Well, you can smoke at least, and I do smoke. So.
Oh, see, now I hate that.
What?
Now, you and I, we have,
hate
this
that
is
I
where
smoke?
we digress.
Why does it bother you that I smoke?
Because it annoys me. And you know, it's not just you smoking. It's anybody,
right.
including
you.
No.
Well, you live in the right place, man. No one smokes in L.A., which is annoying. I went to a nightclub, and I was like, you know, hey, I need an ashtray. Have you tried the museum?
Well, I mean, now explain this to me. So this
you
is
want to watch me smoke? How do you smoke? Was that what you were going to ask?
No, what I was going to say was, how could you, now let me see something here. Now, look, there's warnings on the packs. That if you read these kind of warnings on any other product, you'd never go near it. Nobody reads a bottle of Drano, harmful or fatal if swallowed. Well, I'm down to 3 bottles a week now. You know, it doesn't happen.
Well, first of all, Mr. Smarty Pants, every warning is different. You know, and I get the ones that say, warning, smoking may cause fetal injury or premature birth. Great, I found my brand. Just don't get the ones that say lung cancer, you know. Shop around. Yep, give me a carton of low birth weights. I think I can live with low birth weight.
And you live dangerously. Doing pretty well these days. Got the album out. You must be working.
Do we get a close-up of that?
We'll get that later. We'll get that later. Okay.
I flew 11 hours for that. You got an album out.
It's the wrong camera. Here.
Show
Bill, don't get in the way of your own promotion. Your own self-serving promotion. Look at that. Ooh. Ooh. He's dangerous. Okay. Wait a second. Now, for those in our audience that are not familiar with what you do, why is it called Dangerous?
Well, I don't think the things that I talk about, you know, I talk about the war on drugs, which I think is highly annoying to me, at least. You know what I mean? I mean, the fact that all day long we see those anti-drug commercials, just say no, here's your brain on drugs, right? And they're followed by, this bud's for you, yeah. Guess it's okay to drink your drug. It's those other drugs, those untaxed drugs. Those are the ones that are bad for you.
So I guess we won't be seeing you at the gym lately, is basically what you're telling me. Not working out much. Have your parents? Have your parents heard this? Do they like this album?
They bought it. And they said, "Well, we bought your album." Yeah. That was all they ever said. My dad does not fully get what I do. Bill, do you have to use the F word in your act, son? Bob Hope doesn't need to use the F word. Yeah, Dad, well, guess what? Bob Hope doesn't play the dives that I play, okay? You put him in some of these joints, he'll have Emmanuel Lewis and Phyllis Diller doing a live sex act. Just to get out of there alive, all right? I want to tell you.
Tell me, now you have some great stories about your aunts and uncles. They slay me, so...
No, actually, my mom is kind of weird, too. Well, my mom's one of these people, I don't know if it's my mom or all moms, but she knows more people with tumors than any hospital has ever gone through their doors, I swear. And bizarre accidents, right? Like Thanksgiving, I'm eating with them. Bill, did you hear about your Aunt Jalina? She's died and gone to be with Jesus. That's kind of presumptuous. Oh, no, honey, she's dead. You remember Aunt Jalina? She's the one with the flab under her arms that would slap you when she hugged you. Well, the doctor told her she better exercise or she gonna die. Silly thing, did both in the same breath. Bought a mini trampoline, set it up in the den, took 3 jumps, realized she didn't turn off the ceiling fans. Like the blender with the top off. They're still looking for her cheek. Luckily, it was the cheek with the tumor in it. Who wants cranberry sauce? Well, I guess if I keep smoking, I'll be one of her stories.
It's one in a long line. So now, you got the HBO special running. You got the new CD out. This didn't even come out on an album, did it? They just went right to CD.
CD and tape, and yeah, the HBO One Night Stand coming on this year.
Yeah, and so you work in a higher class of gig these days, or?
Oh yeah, Paul. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the way it works, right? No, I'm on my way. You know, I work the South a lot, you know, and it's really. I've been on what I call my UFO tour. All right, because like UFOs, I too have been appearing in obscure southern towns in front of handfuls of hillbillies, you know, and I've been doubting my own existence. They're just gotta, I was down, get this, man, after a show at night, I went to a Waffle House. I'm not proud of it. I'm hungry. I'm alone, I'm eating a book, I'm reading a book, right? Waitress walks over, hey, what you reading for? Is that like the weirdest question ever? Not what are you reading, but what are you reading for? Well, you stumped me, you know. Guess I read for a lot of reasons. The main one is so I don't end up being a waffle waitress. But then this trucker in the next booth got up, stood over me, and goes, well, looks like we got ourselves a reader.
Of course, these are always the people who are out protesting, against burning flags and abortion and all that stuff. It's
they're always highly conscientious, these people, right. And well-read. Yeah, that whole flag burning thing. Personally, I don't believe in burning the flag, all right? Personal belief, but I think people are overreacting just a little bit, all right? You see them on the news, hey, buddy, my daddy died for that flag. Well, I bought mine, sorry. They sell them at Kmart for like $3, You're in, you're out, brand new flag, no violence is necessary, all right? Hey, buddy, my daddy died in the Korean War for that flag. What a coincidence, my flag was made in Korea.
Oh, Bill, thanks. We'll be right back after this word from a really, really important sponsor, I'm sure. And we'll be back with Kathy Ladman. Don't go away.
Tell me the worst night of your professional career.
Okay. Well, there's a lot, but the worst gig I ever had, and I call it the worst because there was the threat of violence and death.
Oh.
There's been a lot of bad gigs, people leaving, but I was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana at a disco called Oscars, and we were the comics to go on the disco dance floor, and the first night we got there, it was a two-nighter. First night we got there, it was bowling night, women's bowling league. There was 300 Louisiana women, beautiful, lined up doing shooters, pictures of shooters. And people are dancing, women are dancing with each other. And the bouncer takes a mic stand and a stool, pushes through the dancers, gets on the stage, on the dance floor, and goes, "Okay, we're about to start a comedy show. Everyone sit down. Turn the music off, Earl. Earl! We're going to do a comedy show." People are still dancing. "Here's your first comic, Bill Silva." He weaves through the crowd to dancing and stands there amongst the dancers who are still dancing. There's no music. Begins the show. I'm sitting in the back of the room with my friend Ron Schock. Guy next to us is holding a towel to his head that is soaked with blood. He's ordering drinks, laughing. "Give me no shoe." And we said to the waitress as she passes, "What's wrong with him?" "Knife fight. Happens every night here. Knife fight." The guy's ear was hanging by just a little thread. He stayed for the whole show.
He wanted to see the comedy show.
Yeah, right. He was determined, and he heckled, and people go, "Shut him up. His ears hurt. Let him yell." Anyway, the first show that night, we had one show that night. That show was supposed to last an hour and a half. It lasted 15 minutes. Why? Obviously, the first guy goes on, people are still dancing to no music. He introduces the second guy. He bails immediately. "Let me bring up your first act." Next guy goes up, Ron Schock. He goes up, and for some reason in the back of the room, someone starts yelling, "Blowjob! Blowjob! Blowjob!" And finally Ron says, is he asking or giving? The crowd goes, "Ooh." This big guy comes through the crowd, up onto the dance floor, grabs Ron by the cheek, pulls him to his knees, and goes, "I'm asking, faggot." Ron introduces me.
Good. Thanks, Ron.
On his knees. Bill Hicks. I come up, and I'm supposed to do 45 minutes. About 3 minutes into it, a guy walks up to the railing around the dance floor and just goes, leans and looks at me. I say, "Can I help you?" "No." I go, "What do you want?" He takes out a knife, takes the mic cord. The music starts up, and the people still on the dance floor start dancing again. That was night one. We have to go back the next night. Before the show, I go to Ron's room, and he says I happen to have 3 hits of LSD 25. I'm taking one. Who else is in? And I said, "Well, I'm in." So I took one too. So we decided to go back tonight, and we're tripping. And Bill Silva goes on stage, first guy up. There's less people there. All of them had been there the night before.
So he had to change his material.
Right, that whole minute that he did. He goes on, and for some reason, within a minute, there's an altercation and someone at the bar. And he goes, Bill Silva said, "What are you going to do, shoot me?" The guy said, "I might." And he raises up his pant leg, and in his boot, there's a pistol. And me and Ron are tripping, going, "They're armed. They're armed." Waitress is walking by, she hears us, she goes, "Don't worry if anything happens." Raises up her shirt, there's a 22 in her skirt. They're all armed. And we went up, tripping, and sweat pouring off our faces. People were hurling bottles at us. Real bottles, not even beer bottles. I'm talking the whole tequila bottle with that little metal thing, that pourer. They were using that to fling it. A lot of vibrancy. And I go on stage, and again, I'm supposed to be 45, and the whole show lasted about 22 minutes. And all I see in the back is the door open, and Ron and Bill silhouetted in the doorway to the parking lot with the check, waving it, going, "Come on, come on." And bottles are hitting the stage, and I ran through the audience. Out into the parking lot, the audience chased us. They're throwing bottles, the owner throwing chairs at us. We go out, and we have locked the keys in our cars.
Could anybody help us? Anybody got a coat hanger?
So we just stand there going, those bottles are hitting around us, and finally we just broke our own window, and we took off.
How many years ago was that?
That was about 6 years ago.
Oh, you're a rough crowd.
Rough crowd.
Rough crowd.
I've been back every year, and they like me now. That was the worst gig I've ever done. Because there was an actual threat of being killed, really, and they would have not thought, I mean, it would have been part of the festivities. And then we danced. Remember when Tommy threw up, and then we killed that guy? And then Earl couldn't find his hat. Oh, this is great, reliving this fucking life.
Like that. So tell us your first night ever on stage as a paid performer, paid comic.
The first gig I ever got, professional gig, was at a a department store called Sakowitz in Houston, their Christmas party, which they held at 7 in the morning before they all went to work, in the basement of the department store. And they told me to get there at 6:30, you know, make sure, you know, just make sure we know you're there. So this is my first paying gig, and I think, well, cool, I'm making, you know, good money to get up, whatever. I get over there, and there's a huge buffet of, you know, the powdered eggs and the bacon, and everything started really late. I got there at 6:30 because I was professional, and they were starting late, and the ventriloquist hadn't showed yet, or she had showed, and her dummies hadn't showed. They'd actually lost their dummies in the mail. I mean, in the airport. And she was just frantic. She'd lost her act, you know.
Right.
They said, we're going to send it over as soon as possible. But the guy who put it on said, look, we're running out of time. We got to open the store. While people are eating, could y'all just do your act, you know, somewhere in the line of the buffet? So but since I was starting new, the ventriloquist was real, you know, had been doing it for a few years.
Right.
She got to be up next to the ham and eggs, and I was next to juice and muffins. And I stood there while people were 6:30 in the morning getting food.
Hello.
I did my act.
What was the first thing out of your mouth? What can you remember what you did? You're up at the juice. How did you start?
I have no idea how I started. I'm sure I'm sure I ended up, they thought I was just some mic'd waiter.
Right.
You know, the first person asking me, you know, the weirdest heckles. Do they have any pineapple juice? I don't know. So I started helping out and fed everyone and left. That was my first gig. Between the juice and the muffins. Later on, of course, as years went by and I got better and better known,
You got
I was by
bacon
the
and ham.
Ham, bacon, and ham. The dummy never showed.
Never, to this day. Found him OD'd in an alley.
So the ventriloquist was throwing her voice into the bacon.
Yeah. So what did that look like? Did it look like, what was that place, Gillies? That's what I imagine that to look
I've
like.
actually played. There's another club in Dallas that is the comparable to Gillies, and I can't remember the name of it, but it's literally as big as, you know, just 3 times as big as this entire building, and
Right.
it has 7 different clubs going on. One is square dancing, one's a country band, and they're all open. It's almost like a entertainment market. And one room they did comedy in, and these cowboys would come in with the hats and the date, and they'd stand. They wouldn't come in the room because they were just shopping.
Right.
They would just stand in the doorway and look for a minute, and you'd see all that, and they'd walk off, and then you'd go out after your show and look at it, and those same people would be square dancing. It's just a big entertainment market. Anything you want. And they actually had the mechanical bull room, and there was a line to get into that.
And that other place, what was that? The place where you took the LSD and...
Oh, Oscars in Louisiana. It was, you know, just a terrible, terrible, terrible disco. The disco stage was about 10 feet by 10 feet.
What song was it? What was it? Disco? I mean, was it like Casey and the Sunshine Band kind of crap or...
Right. But then they'd throw in a country song.
You bet.
And also during the show, which I forgot to mention, was they kept the disco ball lit and moving, so it was fairly surreal. You know, the light was just keeping.
So
moving.
people were
and we were
standing-
tripping, and it was like. And just every once in a while, a bottle would hurl right past your face, and they were really going for you. They were luckily they were so drunk, their aim was off.
But they would. No one was sitting. They were all standing.
Right.
You're
They were
saying
waiting to
level.
dance.
Oh.
Right. They were all around the rail, just.
Did you get any laughs?
No, 0. They didn't even listen to us. They immediately started throwing things.
And kids today, they think they've got it made.
Well, they have these comedy clubs to work in.
That's right. Well, did you ever work Joe Dunkel's room in Michigan? It was above a hockey rink. That's where I started. It's above a hockey rink. So you'd just be getting to your punchline. All of a sudden, the hockey team would score. And it was no cover, quarter beer night, and it was do or die. I mean, it was do or die. they smelt blood, they'd kill you.
I've worked several bowling alleys, and one in Detroit, this place called Chaplin's, and I.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, and I knew I was in trouble, and when I was at the hotel, I said, "How do you get to the club?" Okay, you go out on this street, and you're going to pass 3 bowling alleys on the left. Go down to the end, take a right. You're going to see 2 bowling alleys on your right. Keep going. You're going to pass 3 more bowling alleys. Take a left, and it's the bowling alley you come to. So let me get this straight. You guys like bowling around here?
Yes,
the guy goes,
we do.
He goes, "Not really. I don't." So we go there, and it was literally you'd be on stage in the bowling, and you see a million cars, and you go, "Oh, maybe there's a crowd."
Right.
And you go into your side, the comedy side, and there's nothing. The bowling alley filled. And people would be in the show if they'd finally, the overflow, they'd come in and sit down, and then they'd go, "Johnson, your lane," and they'd get up and leave, and that was, you'd have to wait until the overflow happened again.
So Chaplin's is in a bowling alley?
Mm-hmm. An active bowling alley. Oh, I thought of another really bad gig, too. It just happened to me.
No, you just change your battery and keep, whatever. Keep rolling here?
I'm fine. Your mic's... Just talk. His mic's on, right?
Yeah.
I mean, for you can go ahead and say it.
Well, this was in Walnut Creek, California, right outside of San Francisco. Saturday night, big crowd, big crowd, full. And I get on stage, and there's these 3 girls on the front row, and 2 of them are just talking as though they are long-lost sisters and have finally met because they've been seated together at a comedy club. They are totally oblivious that I am on stage. And I think, well, I just got up here. I'll let them talk. They'll settle down. So I'm talking, and they just keep talking. I finally look at them and, "Excuse me, the show going on here." And they just, anyway, and so I go, "Look, if you want to talk, go outside. I'm sure someone here might want to hear the show." And shut up. So this is getting weird, It's like a minute and a half into my act, and finally I just snap, and I get down on her face. I'm crouched down, and I go, "Look, shut up." She grabs her glass, and she throws it at me, and it hits the hand my mic's in. And then she jumps up and runs. And I get back up, and I go, "Oh, that's weird." The crowd, as one man, goes, they get up and they leave the room. All of them. About 30 people stayed, spread out. I'm going, "This is weird, man. Didn't y'all see what happened here?" And I did my whole show, and people were booing. They were just yelling at me. I go, "What is this?" It turns out, all they saw was me bend over. They heard and then she ran. They thought I punched her.
Right in the face.
Good. I didn't know that. It was a tough hour. What amazes me is that some people stayed. I love that. The idea, like, yeah, he hit her, but he's got some clever stuff.
Yeah. I would have done the same thing. And in San Francisco, that must have went well.
Oh, God, yeah. She, later on, it turns out, that was the first show. She was outside in tears, screaming at the next show that was lined up, going, "He's beating women." I mean, the other audience members, "He's beating women." And everyone in line was going, "All right.
Oh, cool.
Good choice." Glad we did
Bill.
But it was great, because the next show was really tense, because they really thought I punched this girl in the face, And the next show was great, because the comic that went up before me, and everyone in the audience that came in had heard this story, and they were like, "Gee, what is this guy? What is this new kind of comedy?" But he goes on, when he finished his act right before me, he goes, "Listen, I just want to say I had a little altercation with someone the first show, and I feel better now. Y'all were great." And the audience was like, "Ooh, that was him."
Oh, he took
the heat.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And then I went up and just did it, and the audience was buzzing afterwards. "Where's the guy that beats women? We feel gypped." There were several women on the front row of that show. He could have slugged any one of them.
So you had to follow that. So you shot somebody.
Right.
Right in the face. Then you have
Here they all stand. What are they doing?
Sing to the bad blues gigs. There were some good nights too. There was a night when people, they all laughed. Not to me, I've seen it happen though. Between bees.
Presenting Bill Hicks.
I'm tired of this life. I'm tired of this generation. I think it's a suck-ass world. And why is it we live in a world where John Lennon was murdered, yet Barry Manilow continues to put out fucking albums?
If you're gonna snap, have some taste about you. Have some decency about you. Be a murderer fondly remembered. Take out those hack demons from the earth. Leave the good guys to live on, shall you? Okay! I believe we live in the opposite universe where goodness is murdered and mediocrity thrives. It always seems that way, doesn't it? John Lennon murdered, John Kennedy murdered, Robert Kennedy murdered, Martin Luther King murdered, Gandhi murdered, Jesus murdered. Reagan shot, wounded, cancer 8 times. That fucker still walks. Well, this guy's like Jason. I'm back. Expecting to see him in a hockey mask any day now. Well, you shot me, I'm back. Cancer in my nose, I'm back. Cancer in my ass, I'm back. Jesus Christ, what's it gonna take? Give us a clue. A syringe of AIDS shot in your jugular, I'll do it. To rid the world of your fascist, stupid presence forever, you demon Ronald Wilson Reagan. 6 letters, 6 letters, 6 letters. Antichrist, devil, dick smoking motherfucker. Excuse me. Sorry. You ought to see me when I don't smoke. Woo-hoo! Boy, do I get tense. I don't like Ronald Reagan. Never have, never will. There's nothing you could possibly say to change my mind. And if you tried, you'd be wrong. Now, I am looking at John Hinckley in a whole new light these days. Hinckley was insane, no doubt about it. All he brought was a .22. John, you kill woodchucks with a .22. And all for the love of Jodie Foster. If that isn't a clue, this guy is out of his fucking mind. I wouldn't run over a bug for Jodie Foster. Now, if it was Phoebe Cates, I might be barnstorming the White House. For you, Phoebe. There's just so much mediocrity in the world. And I'm starting to sound like my dad, but what's happened to music? You know what I mean? What is this Debbie Gibson bullshit? What is this about? Well, thank you. Who the fuck's buying her records then? Shake your love. Shake your love. I think before women should be allowed to do that, they should have titties. I do. I really do. A little freckled mongoloid jutting her bony elbows at the camera. I think it's sick. And the most banal, trite demon from hell himself, Rick Astley, the guy who's bringing back disco, who the fuck requested that? Don't ever want to make you cry, don't ever want to make you sigh. I love you, don't ever want to break your heart. Couldn't break any woman's heart, you have no dick. You have a little corn nut, you have no balls, you're a eunuch, you're a Nazi demon from hell, and I hate you. I hate your parents, I hate everything about you. See, I like music that was, I don't know, now, catch me, come about the fall. I like good things. Yeah, I know, I'm a relic. I like things with balls, you know. Remember Jimi Hendrix. Now, there's a guy, but no question where that guy, what he was all about, man. Balls? I think so. Stand by the mountain, chop it down with the edge of my hand. Excuse me, Jimmy? What crawled up your ass and needs to come out? Have you thought about Herbalife? I'll talk you through this, Jimmy. Jimi Hendrix died in a pool of his own vomit, folks. Do you know how much you have to puke to fill up a pool? No diving yet. But he had balls, you know? He cared. He actually tried to do his best. Saying, I like that in the world. Don't you? Yeah. And his little retarded soul brother, Mick Jagger. I love the Rolling Stones. I love Mick Jagger. I don't know what the fuck he's saying, but I feel for him, you know? I can't get me no satisfaction. Said I can't get me no satisfaction. What? I don't know, he can't get something. What is that? Mick, we'd like to help. What the fuck are you saying? Can't give me no. Mick, maybe Keith has some. Keith, you got any solution? I got some in my boot. Folks, before I leave, I want to tell you the only piece of information that I have that I'd like to pass on to you because I love you people. And I want the world to live happily in unity forever and ever. Joy, peace, love. Deathless fucking ecstasy, babe. Okay? The Antichrist is upon the earth in physical form, and I know who it is. Curious? I thought Ronald Wilson Reagan, 6 letters, but no, that's too obvious, and he's too stupid to be the Antichrist. So, it has to be somebody who is subtly undermining the quality and the substance of this country and has been doing it for years without our even being aware of it. Someone week after week who brings us the Debbie Gibsons of the world, who brings us the Rick Astleys of the world. This is the Antichrist. Dick Clark is the Antichrist. Now hear me out. Since you've seen TV, Dick Clark's been on TV? Has he aged one fucking day? I have aged more than Dick Clark. I'm going bald, I got gray hairs. Dick Clark hadn't changed. Doesn't seem natural, does it? That's not Dick Clark. That's the Antichrist. That's a Dick Clark rubber mask. When he gets off that TV show after he's brought you Debbie Gibson and Rick Astley, he goes into his office and he unzips that mask, and underneath there's a cloven-hooved, horned Wolverine. And there's a knock at the door, and the door opens, and Chuck Woolery walks in. And Chuck Woolery drops his pants and leans over a desk, and the Wolverine mounts him. And a black worm crawls out of the scaly penis of the Wolverine into the bowels of Chuck Woolery. Chuck Woolery's now pregnant with the brood of the children of the Prince of the Darkness, and in the off-season becomes fat and begins to shit them. Kenny Rogers, Sylvester Stallone, Geraldo, Wham! Oprah!
So please make him feel welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Hicks.
Thank you. Amazing, I'm here. I was in New York last night. It was 10 degrees, and now I'm in Palm Springs. Unbelievable, man. 10 degrees, don't dig it. Sorry, it's not cool. It's extremely cold, okay? It's kind of fun, though, in that weather, going outdoors, watching smokers pass out because they don't know when they're done exhaling. Oh. I see a lawsuit. It's all mine now. Welcome to La Willie. I lied to you, folks. I lied to you. I smoke. Sorry. If this bothers anybody, I recommend you looking around the world in which we live and shutting up. How's that? Yes. I think there's bigger fish to fry than the fact the guy enjoys a cigarette now and again. I really do. You non-smokers are a little too finicky for me. War in the Persian Gulf, the economy's gone bust, recession. Quit smoking! That's what's troubling us. I'll tell you, the worst kind of non-smoker, kind where you're smoking, they just walk up to you. I always say, shoot, you're lucky you don't smoke. That's a hell of a cough you got there, dude. I smoke all day and don't cough like that. Have you seen a doctor? Worried about you. I don't know. The whole world's insane, and I'm proud to be a part of it. I'm glad the 80s are over. It was a nightmare decade. Began with the election of Ronald Reagan as president and John Lennon being murdered. I think anyone even into basic symbolism can agree. Strange. I followed this whole last year, this Judas Priest trial. Did you follow this? You know, they tried to prove there were subliminal messages on this album telling you to kill yourself. Now, I may be naive, you know, but what performer wants his audience dead? Anyone here have trouble with that theory at all? I mean, what are these guys in the band thinking? You know, I'm sick of it. I am sick of it. I'm sick of the touring. I'm sick of making $400,000 a night. I'm sick of the free booze, the stretch limos, and the groupies offering themselves to me dawn to dusk. I'm in a rut and I want out. If we kill the audience, good idea, Ian. Get Nigel. We killed the whole crowd, man. We can go back to our day jobs. I can sell shoes again. Thank you, Lord. I hate when they pick on rock and roll. You know what I mean? Remember that stuff a few years ago? You play certain rock albums backwards. There's satanic messages on them. Let me tell you something. If you're sitting around your house playing your albums backwards, you are Satan. Don't look any further. You know, I got news for you. They say rock and roll is the devil's music. Let's say that rock and roll is the devil's music, and we know it for a fact to be true. At least he jams. I mean, if it's a choice between Eternal Hell and Good Tunes or Eternal Heaven and New Kids on the Block, I'm going to be surfing on the lake of fire rocking out. Do you know if you play New Kids on the Block albums backwards, they sound better? I've proved all this, by the way. These are not idle thoughts. Went to this whole pornography thing last year. Man, you know, I don't dig it. I don't get it. What is pornography? We don't know. You know, Supreme Court says pornography is any act that has no artistic merit and causes sexual thoughts. That's their definition. No artistic merit causes sexual thoughts. Sounds like every commercial on television to me. You know, when I see those two twins on that Double Mint commercial, I'm almost embarrassed to tell you this. I'm not thinking of gum. Double your pleasure. Yeah, honey, where's the Wrigley's? I feel like chewing something. Doesn't every commercial use sex, or am I watching different TV? Here's the commercial they'd like to do if they could. I guarantee you we might see it one day yet. The ultimate television commercial they want to do. Here's the woman's face, beautiful. Camera pulls back, naked breast. Camera pulls back, she's totally naked, legs apart, and it just says, drink Coke. I don't know the connection, but I'm drinking a lot of Coke. You guys have been great. Thank you very much.
Houston,
Houston
that
had
was
one for a long
Kinnison
time.
and Hicks
Yeah.
and Greenlee and Pineapple. Did you know Pineapple?
I worked with Pineapple once.
You know what he used to do? He would drive all the way across Houston to ignore me. That's what he did it. He did it all the time too. And I mean, he had no reason to be there. And I know a lot, that some of those guys didn't like me because I don't know why. I don't know why, but they were really, really cliquish. And I went in there one night and had a horrible set. And I was following Hicks. And, you know, and I had a really green show. But in the right circumstance, you know, in a comedy club with nothing great happening before you, it kind of worked a little bit. But that night, it didn't work at all. Yeah. And and I was probably getting a little more work than those guys were, some of them, and they were like, "Oh, he sucks." Yeah. Well, the fact of the matter is, I did suck because my act would, you know, you don't want to follow Hicks. I say that to make the story better. I wasn't following Hicks, but he was, you know, or Kennison, but they were both there.
Oh, okay.
And had done set, but everybody was good. I mean, Greenlee was good. All these guys were seasoned pros. That was a hot lineup, and. But I never felt, you know, like any of them liked me except for Hicks, and I came to see him, you know, do shows, and I asked him to do the story about just John Davidson and the mask, and he goes, here's what he says. He goes, "Don't stand next to the exits, just a tip." Because people just walk out of the show when he does
I watched him do that. He did that at the Knicks Comedy Stop in Boston, and he cleared the fucking room, man. And it was crazy because at the end of the show, there was me and Greg Fitzsimmons and maybe 3 or 4 other comics and 5 or 6 people in the crowd. There was like maybe 20 people left all told, laughing our fucking asses off.
Right.
Everybody else is getting up angry.
I saw it go both ways. You know, I've seen him beat crowds to death. I saw a set one night at the Laugh Stop in Austin, and nobody in the room could breathe, and he was in the mood to do it. And and I think sometimes he was and sometimes he wasn't, or whatever. But he was in the mood and decided to just fucking stab us all in the face, and it was beautiful.
He was exceptional. You know, whether or not people think he was one of the greats, like that's entirely subjectional, right? It's subjective, rather. It's completely up to your own interpretation. But to me, he changed comedy in a lot of ways because he made people talk about things that were important. Because everybody else is talking about nonsense. You're talking about airline food and how come I can't lean my seat back.
Yeah, right.
Standard normal shit. Exactly. I'm falling and I can't get up.
Exactly right.
And he was coming along talking about positive drug stories. You know, a man on acid realized that all matter is energy condensed to a slow rhythmic vibration. Like that whole fucking bit was amazing.
Here's Tom with the weather.
Yeah, that bit was amazing.
Yeah, no, it was, and he was influential. I mean, I think. I can say this about Bill Hicks, and I am an expert at stand-up comedy. I would have a triple doctorate in if you gave those kinds of things for the work the amount of time I've put into
100%.
it. And you as a peer would have the exact same thing. So for me to listen to someone's opinion about stand-up comedy, they have to have a lot of cred to me before I really give a shit what they think. Okay, so here's what you should think. The only thing that every comic from my generation agrees on is he was better than us. And that's the only thing that they agree on. And I can't find anybody that has a big argument that he wasn't. Now, was he the best that ever lived? No, but did he influence me more than anybody else, and you probably more than anybody else, because you're certainly that way also, you know, right? Somebody built that bridge.
Yes.
And now you feel free to talk about anything. You know, none of your act is ever hack. You know, there were a lot of hacks, but I think Hicks freed people not to be a hack, you know?
Yeah, he cured people of that. He made it shameful. You know, you're talking about hack, but there was also
and then you cured him of stealing material. So
I don't know if I did.
I
think it's still going on.
Thank you. It's good to be here. It is. Been on the road for the last 3 months, so bear with me while I plaster on a fake smile and plow through this stuff one more time. I'm teasing, it's magic every show. Been on what I call my flying saucer tour. Which means like flying saucers, I too have been appearing in small southern towns in front of handfuls of hillbillies lately. I've been doubting my own existence. Tell you, I've noticed a certain anti-intellectualism in our country, starting around 1980, coincidentally enough, but, tell you, last week I was in Nashville, Tennessee, right? And after the show, I went to a Waffle House. Okay, I'm not proud of it, but I was hungry. And I'm sitting there and I'm eating and I'm reading a book. I'm alone. I don't know anybody. I'm eating and I'm reading a book. Fine. Waitress comes over to me. What you reading for? I said, well, I've never been asked that. Not what am I reading, but what am I reading for? Well, by golly, you stumped me. I guess I read for a lot of reasons, but one of the main ones is so I don't end up being a waffle waitress, okay? Yeah, that'd have to be very high on the list when perusing the literature of the world. Then this trucker in the next booth gets up, stands over me and goes, well, looks like we got ourselves a reader. What's going on here? It's like I walked into a Klan rally in a Boy George costume or something, you know? This is a book. Am I stepping out of some intellectual closet here? Okay, I said it. I read. Ah, you know, I feel better. I'm telling you, Tennessee, man. Many parts of our troubled world, people are yelling revolution, revolution. In Tennessee, they're yelling evolution. We want our thumbs. I'm telling you, man, there are some serious pockets of humanity out there, man, coexisting with us. Go to some of these truck stops in the middle of nowhere sometime. Order coffee, guy behind the counter. Do you want the 32 ounce or the large? How big is that large? You gonna want to pull your car around back. I'm gonna start the pump. Gee, that sounds like a lot of coffee. Don't know if I want to be awake that long in Tennessee. I'm telling you. I saw a sign by the road in Tennessee that said dirt for sale. Swear to God, dirt for sale. A little entrepreneur happening here. Well, how'd you like to get inside that guy's mind and look around for a couple hours, huh? A big world for this gentleman. Opportunity at every glance. Oh, my God. Honey! Honey, quit serving waffles, baby. We're going to be rich. I'm going to sell dirt, baby. Look, it's everywhere. You need it for a planet. Honey! Dirt for sale. The place was called Land. I mean, they're nice people, you know. They're just, how would you describe them? Rural, backwoods, country. They're real nice. After the show, one of them came up to me real excited. Hey, man, you're great. You're cracking me up. I was about to spit. Sorry. No, I loved it. I'd like you to meet my wife and sister. And there was one girl standing there. Not a thumb between them. What are the odds? Girl had a little nubbin growing in, but girls evolve quicker than guys. Being on the road, man, staying in hotels, very tiring. Playing with those maids, you know? Does do not disturb mean knock immediately in maid language? What's the problem here? Do not disturb. They're there in 5 minutes. Housekeeping. Do you need fresh towels? Yeah, I'm gonna need to wipe up your blood. Do not disturb. It's very clear. Then again, I'm a reader. So, you never know. I was in Oklahoma. Woo! The only state Tennessee can make fun of. Woo! Here's a quick impression of Oklahoma, those of y'all who've never been. That was inside the club I was working. Oklahoma is the state Pat Robertson won in his presidential bid, okay? Oklahomans looked at all the candidates and went, no, that right-wing Armageddon preaching talk show host, that's our man. Yeah, right there. That's the one who best represents us. I guess for Oklahomans, Armageddon's okay. Must be comforting to know if the world does end, your state will remain virtually unchanged. It's good to be here in New York. Yeah, I love being in New York. I love running the bum gauntlet down every street. God, I hate those guys, man. Very idea they want me to just give them the hard-earned money my folks send to me every week. Leech. Get a job. My dad works 8 hours a day for this quarter. I mean, the nerve. At least give me a story. You know, they stopped giving stories. Remember when they used to give you a rap? Well, what about that? Give me a good one. Hey, man, look. Hey, man. I'm like a quarter short for a ticket to Atlantic City, and I'm fighting Mike Tyson. What? You know, go get him. I love it. Every time Tyson fights, there's always some joker who goes, hey, for that much money, I'd fight him. Yeah, you'd have a lot of fun spinning it in a wheelchair, too, bud. Get some pot-bellied redneck in the ring with Tyson. Just, are you feeling rich, man? Tell me when you feel rich. He starts, After the fight, he says, wow, who's that rich dude? Pretty great audience. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everybody. Hope you're having a happy New Year. Yeah, New Year's a real big time of the year, huh? Yeah, New Year's not that big of a day for me. My favorite day of the year is Keith Richards' birthday. The guy lived another year, man. That's a testimony to partying, you know. For those of you who don't know, Keith is a guitar player for the Rolling Stones. Had his blood changed 3 times just so he can continue his heroin addiction. This guy's a party monster. I mean, he outlived Jim Fix the Runner, you know. Someone's doing something right here. I think he sleeps in formaldehyde. It's at night he dips in. Keith, there's a nuclear war. 2 things are going to live. Keith and bugs, man. That's it. Like, where did everybody go? I saw a bright light. I thought we were on. Yeah, we're watching Entertainment Tonight on Entertainment Tonight this week at the condo, you know. They came out and announced the world's wealthiest performer happens to be a rock star. Any idea who it is? Paul McCartney. Yeah, they announced Paul McCartney makes an estimated $10 million a month. Kind of puts our lives in perspective, doesn't it? It's a big world out there. I'm watching that with all the guys, and we're sitting there going, 10 million a month. God damn, God. This one guy goes, yeah, but taxes eat that up. All right, say they take 9 million a month away from Paul. You think this guy's scrambling for rent? Ringo, you've got to help me, baby. I think it'd be cool to be a rock star, man. It'd be Mick Jagger. Imagine being Mick, billionaire elf in the playground of the world. You know, done everything with everybody. You've been everywhere. I mean, what does it take to get Mick off? I've got an idea. I just had an idea. Let's buy a blimp. There's more. Buy a blimp and put our names in lights backwards and fly over a fucking lake. You're not jaded, are you, Mick? Only thing is, how do you spell Keef? K-E-E-F, Keef. Hey, Keef, how you spell your name, baby? Keef, 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 Keef! What, are we on? Am I getting married? What? Keith, you just got new blood, man. Stay awake. I know Mick, but I keep getting Jim Morrison's blood. So, good evening. My name is Bill Hicks, 23 years old right now, going through my sexual prime. Boy, are my arms tired. Thanks for your compassion. I'll tell you, the scariest thing about being my age, man, I look just like my dad. I realized that over the holidays. I look more and more like my dad every day. That's scary to me. I'm afraid I'm going to wake up and start acting like my dad one day. I love my dad, you know, but he's a goober. He means well, he just doesn't pull it off. You guys ever found yourselves sitting around the house not really thinking like this? I always want to be aware of my sock level. Bill, how come you never bring your friends over anymore? Because you look like a pretzel, Dad. So that was my New Year's resolution. I'm never going to act like that, man. I swear. The day I go outside, wait for the paper boy in my underwear. Just blow me away, man. You are residue on the run at that point. I've seen my dad in a Bermuda jumpsuit. It's like a psychedelic farmer. Walk into McDonald's and go, "Excuse me, do you serve hamburgers here?" "Dad, could you wait in the car, please? You're embarrassing the entire family." Luckily, the guy behind the counter was acting like his dad. "Wait a minute, I'll check." Oh, this could take forever. Yeah, I went home for Christmas, you know. Boy, going home for Christmas, it's always good. Seeing the folks again. I realized after 5 minutes why you left in the first place. Oh yeah, I hate this shit. Makes that one-bedroom apartment look better, doesn't it? You know, when Mom and Dad aren't creeping around. Yeah. Boy, for Christmas. Old Spice, Dad. Hey, all right, man. Guess I'll just empty out this Halston. Come on, Dad, wake up, man. Yeah, I grew up in the Evel Knievel period. You know, anyone grew up in that period? Isn't that great? Remember that? Building ramps out of plywood and bricks and jumping the dumbest guy in your group on a Schwinn bike. They'd lay him down there. "Don't worry, man. Are you sure you can do this?" Just close your eyes, dude. Guy with the bike would get 10 blocks away and start pumping. 13th block, pull the muscle, he's out of breath. Coast over the ramp. Sorry, dude. Thanks to plastic surgery, I can come up here tonight, though, and I've been lucky. I've been lucky. Yeah, So when we were 12, we all wanted go-karts. It was Evel Knievel. Let's get go-karts, all my friends and I. We wanted go-karts, all my friends, for Christmas. They got go-karts. I'm 12 years old. I got a college dictionary. I swear to God, on a stand. Whoa. Boy, you could almost hear the other kids going, forget the go-karts, let's go over to Bill's house, look up words. Party. So all my friends are driving by the house. This is great. I'm sitting there with my dictionary. Mom goes, Bill, it's the thought that counts. Oh, Mom, what were you thinking? God damn. What train of thought led to this? My dad goes, well, look, son, go-kart's in it. So is tightwad, Dad. Hey, here's Jerk. See, I grew up in a neighborhood. I had friends, man, 14 years old. Parents gave them a hardship license and a Porsche. You want to have friends like that? What kind of hardship is this family undergoing, man? Can I get a piece of that? I tell it to my dad, and he's just, well, good for your friend, Bill. Hooray. I'll tell you, son, he's going to regret it one day. When? When the drill team's giving him head, Dad? Wish I never got this car. Wish I was at Hicks's house looking up words, man. Well, Bill, when you get out of here and you get your own place to stay, you can do as you mighty well hoo-haw please. As long as you're under this roof and you're a member of this family, you're going to be miserable. I had to drive a big wheel to school my 12th year. No dates. No, I drive a Chevette. I'd rather have the big wheel. Anybody here drive a Chevette?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You do? You do? What year? 81. 81, still working? All right. They're good. They are good cars. Mine came with an optional blade so you can cut the lawn. Did you get that? Vouch for me on that. You turn the air conditioner on the Chevette while you're driving it. It's like hitting the car in the balls. The car just, This goes down to 5 miles an hour. It's like the Flintstones in this fucking. You push the lighter in, the battery light comes on. I hope I'm not straining you. I hit a moth on the way up here. Did $400 damage. Moth's all right. Yeah. So we're driving up here, you know, see the sign on the freeway all the time. It says speed limit enforced by unmarked vehicles. Big deal, man. I'm speeding in an unmarked vehicle. They'll never know it's me. You ever see that sign, start wondering who it is, looking around you, you know? Is it the old lady with the blue hair? Can't see over the dashboard? The guy with the mirrored sunglasses and the pistol? Finally, the guy pulled off the road. I sped up. Old lady pulled me over. I would have bet money on those odds. Yeah, I think I'm going to go berserk in a second here, just for no apparent reason. Yeah, I like that voice. Good voice, Bill. I'd like to do for you now, Tom Waits for Color Track. Any Tom Waits fans here?
Yeah.
I love Waits, man. What a character. This is a song I wrote when I lived in a dumpster. Boy, hit us with it, Tom. I can relate. Tom Waits for a color track. My eyes are red, and my clothes are stained, and my breath stinks. If you can see this, you're not nearly as wasted as I am. So we're up here. We're in India. Yeah, I was where was I? I was in Arkansas last week. It's good to be alive, folks. People in Arkansas think the Marlboro Man is a pussy. All right. Some serious folk down there. Arkansas, land of opportunity. It's true. There's nowhere to go but up if you live in Arkansas. But it's gonna be a good year, man. Been dating a girl 7 years now. I think I'm finally gonna pop the question: why are we still seeing each other? God damn, I'm tired of looking at you. I can't deal with this chick anymore, man. Constantly distraught. Constantly calls me on the phone. I don't know who I am. Fuck, how did you know to call me? What are the odds of that? I'm thinking about jumping in front of a bus and you're not being very helpful. I sent her a bus schedule. Hey, there's one every hour. Take your pick. Can I get on with my life, please? Yeah, breakups are a lot of fun. Tell you who blows me away is Van Gogh, man. Ooh, whoa, Vance. You know what he did when his girl left him? Cuts off his ear and sent it to her. God damn. That makes a dozen roses look like a booger. God. Are you sure you love her, Vance? What? I think Vince likes this chick. Yeah, I was going to go one up on Van Gogh when I broke up. I was going to cut off both my ears. Send a note telling her to call me, you know, anything. Glad I have friends. Yeah. Women confuse me, I admit it. Women are weird. Women are dichotomies. You call a woman a bitch in bed, she loves it. Same thing in a restaurant. Woo, boy. The shit hits the fan then. I'm just trying to please. Scary, man. When I had a girlfriend, other girls hit on me all the time. Weird phenomena that. Other girls hit on me. Oh, I figure what it is girls go, hey, she's one of us. She likes him. He must have something neat. When they leave you, it's, hey, she's one of us. She left him. He's a dick. I'm not going to waste my time finding out why. Shit. I'm having no luck, man. You think it's bad luck? Find out you're a diabetic going down on a girl wearing candy panties? She thought I was getting into it. I was having a seizure. It's funny when it's on the other foot. I tried dating this female inflatable doll for a while to get something going here. Worked out all right, except I had this inflatable guy looking for me. This guy was pissed, man. Took him out with a toothpick, finally, fucking. It only takes so much. Don't mess with me, buddy. I did it. But, went to college for a while. How many students we have here? Student? Where do you go? Went to where?
Seattle.
Seattle. All right. What'd you major in? Finance. You gonna pick up the tab tonight? Figure out that tip. What are you majoring in? Computers and math. There's a nice dry party. Yeah. I majored in philosophy. Ooh, good move, Bill. You know, hoping to open up my own little belief one day. You know. A lot you can do with a philosophy major, you know. I went to college 3 weeks, man. That was it. I could not wake up for that 8 o'clock class. You know that feeling? Shit, and I was going to night school. This has got to be a hint, you know. Philosophy was good, though. I took philosophy, and what you get in philosophy is a bunch of jocks trying to make up credits. You know, they're not there to learn. I had an Eastern philosophy class, and the first day the instructor walked out and goes, God is consciousness, and we are all God trying to realize our full potential. Wow, heavy duty class, man. This guy in the back row goes, yeah, we're gonna need to know that. Is that gonna be on the quiz? One of our textbooks was the New Living Bible. You familiar with this? The Bible updated in modern English. This doesn't bug people at all to read. And Jesus walked on water. And Peter said, awesome. Yeah. Boy, in Arkansas, I came across a lot of prejudice. Very interesting. Ran across this guy. Told me adamantly that he hated Jewish people, man. Any Jewish people here tonight?
Yeah.
You Jewish? It's curious, man. The guy goes, I hate Jews. And I said, why, man? He goes, because they killed my God. He believed that, man. Shit. If I believed the Jews killed God, I'd worship the Jews, man. Shit, there's some badasses on that team, man. God. I haven't seen God ever. I see Jews all the time. You figure it out, man. I think Israel should use that as their propaganda, you know? You got nuclear weapons? We killed the Lord. You can fuck with us if you want. Oh, shit, they got Keith Richards. We're goners. Last one with the flag. This is Marlon Perkins, Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. This week we'll be going to the dark jungles of Alabama, where we'll watch in their natural habitat the dangerous and unpredictable Southern Christian. Jim, with his pure Anglo-Saxon ancestry, is able to get close enough to this suspicious breed to observe a pack of righteous Baptists stalk and kill their favorite prey, the wily American Negro. The Negro, though quick and rhythmic, is no match for this large gang of club-wielding Jesus lovers. All these preachers, man, want to get back to the good old days. That's their theme now. Let's get back to the good old days. Let's get back to the good old days. All right. Just when were the good old days, man? When were they? 1973, the end of, it was a good old day. What happened in 73? Good drugs. Well, yeah. I don't think the preachers would agree with you on that point, huh? Yeah, back when cocaine was 85% pure, yeah. Oh boy, I could do a Hail Mary sermon for hours on end. And I didn't get that cotton mouth from that speed either, you know what I'm talking about too, don't you, my fellow brothers and sisters? I have an idea when the good old days were for these preachers. The good old days were when people were so confused, when people were so lost, when people were so ignorant. They'd follow anybody just because they had a strange speaking pattern. Amen, 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 amen. Comic struck by lightning. Yeah, he's talking about the PTL Club. That's my personal favorite. Jim and Tammy Faye Baker. Oh, boy. Always crying about something. Please, brothers, we're going to tease Tammy Faye's hair all the way to heaven and climb up to God to share. But first of all, we need your paychecks. And your savings. Don't be shot for Jesus. You know, Tammy Faye, Jesus is coming back to us. Jesus is coming back to us. Could be true, man. In the Bible, Jesus hung out with whores and thieves. He might just go back to the PTO club. I was a whore and a thief if I ever saw one. Ah, fuck it. Be a good gig. Yeah, Mr. Reagan's trying to get prayer in public high schools. It's kind of interesting. You want prayer in high schools? Kind of weird, isn't it? I thought the whole point of the country was separation of church and state, right? Now, Reagan should know that. He was 10 when that went down. You know? No, I don't really care. I just wonder, it's not legal. It's not in it yet. I wonder what the kids are having to do, you know? Go in the stalls in the bathrooms. Dear God, dear Lord, dear Jesus. What's going on in here? Are y'all praying? I saw the Holy Ghost sneaking under that stall door. School. I'll tell you my school career in a nutshell, man. I remember in first grade, we were playing keep away from this girl with her pencil, right? Everyone's laughing, you know. Yeah, give me the pencil. Oh, cut it out. Ah, it was great, man. Pencil came to me. I throw it. Ah, goes in this guy's eye, blinds him for life. What happened? Everyone in class is going, Jesus, Hicks, it's a game. What are you, a psycho, man? You ever have that a guy pull your chair out from under you, you're about to sit, you fall down? Do it to him, he breaks his back. In a wheelchair the rest of his life. That guy was in every one of my classes the next 5 years. You're real funny, Bill. The guy with one eye pushed him around. Don't know what to say to these guys. Well, you can park closer to the school now. May I be of some help? So that happened. Yeah, you know, went home for Christmas. Always a cool thing to do. Go home and see my mom's cooking again. She cooks great, I think. I hear she cooks great. I've never eaten it. Possible to eat. My mom's there at the table with me, telling me about relatives and friends of hers that I don't know have cancer and tumors and leprosy. My mom's friends are falling apart. It's incredible. Trying to eat, and out of the blue, she'll go, Bill, 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 guess what? Your Aunt Jowlena has died and gone to be with Jesus. That's kind of presumptuous. Oh no, she's dead. Remember your Aunt Jowlena, don't you? She's the one with the flab under her arm that would slap you when she hugged you. Well, she was obese. The doctor told her she had to exercise or die. Who would have known she would have done both in the same breath? She bought a mini trampoline and set it up in the den. Took 3 jumps, realized she didn't turn off the ceiling fan. Like the blender with the top off. Bill, eat your cranberry sauce, honey. My folks wanted me to be a doctor. It didn't work out. But my grades were so bad, man. My senior year, my mom actually said, Bill, you're going to end up picking up trash with the garbage man. Whoa. Pretty weird thing for her to say. First thing they taught me to do since I could walk was how to take out the garbage, you know? Suddenly it's an insult. Not many kids want to grow up to be garbage men, do they, huh? Policeman, great. Fireman, hey. Lawyer, doctor, super. Garbage men, what's wrong with you, man? Reason is, there's no TV show called Marcus Welby Sanitation Engineer. That's it. One atom dump truck, where is it? Little house on the landfill. Put it on TV. Kids don't want to do it, you know. Failed a million jobs, man. Can't hold them. Always end up working for, what do they call, bosses? Guys that care about the job. They put a crimp in the workday, don't they? Always bugging me. Hicks, how come you're not working? There's nothing to do, man. Well, pretend like you're working. Why don't you pretend that I'm working? Pretend I'm mopping. Knock yourself out, man. I'll pretend they're buying shit. Let's close up, Jack. Come on. You get this bill taken care of yet? Oh, great. Tipping the comedian. Long time no see. Thank you, Indiana. Oh, boy. That's going to come in handy. Oh, I will take credit cards. Holy cow. God damn it. Oh, take your fine money, bourgeois bastards. Don't need your fine money. Oops, thought it was Demon Comic for a second. Worked for a while at a ladies' shoe store. That was a good gig, man. It was. Women would come in wearing dresses to try on shoes, you know. Y'all do that on purpose? Just naive to how lecherous men can be, you know. I'm sitting there helping them on with their shoes. They're going, how does it look? Well, that looks great. It's you. It's kind of tight. I could stretch it out for you. So after I got fired from that job, Mr. Reagan got reelected. Thank God. You're a big Reagan fan, huh? Yeah. See, I'm draftable. He doesn't really thrill me that much. I'm not really. When Carter was in office, I had to register for the draft. When Reagan got elected, I got a gun in the mail. Okay. Came with a Spanish to English dictionary, and I think something's up. But not that I don't want to join the Army. The Army, we do more before 9 a.m. than most people do in a whole day. That's supposed to get me to join. I go to bed at 8, wake up at 9, take a shower with a bunch of bald guys, then get shot at. Hey, there's a life option I fucking overlooked. Reagan came out the other day, announced his plan to curb world hunger. You see that? He's going to drop Dexatrim from helicopters over Ethiopia. Yeah, boy, he's got a lot of heart. No, we're not hungry no more. Great, we got a bunch of hyper Ethiopians down there. Have them build a pyramid. Wrong culture, Ronnie. Good try, though. I don't know, my political stance, I got a bumper sticker on my car that says Hinckley for Reagan. But, Demon Comic strikes. What can we talk about, folks? Great drug trial going on not long ago. Baseball player for Atlanta Braves got caught with half a gram of cocaine in his wallet. You know what I'm talking about? Pascual Perez, that's right. Half a gram of coke, found guilty. Sentence was he could not play baseball for a month and a half. Yeah, throw the book at the guy. Jesus, man. If I'm ever caught with cocaine, I'm going to plead guilty. Say, Your Honor, I won't touch a bat and a ball. Shit, make it a year. I won't even watch the World Series. Another great trial going on is the Henry Lee Lucas trial. You following this, anybody? Not exactly a fun topic to think about. Oh boy, they're taking that trial around, Henry Lee and his partner O'Toole, to every city where a body was found that they killed. It's like a tour. They're here. Big parade down Main Street. Floats, missing arms and legs. I didn't kill the people, they did. Okay. You know the story behind these guys? What they did? They would kill their victims. Then they would rape them. And oh, the night's still young. They would eat them. Swear to God. Henry Lee's response to that was, wait a minute. We didn't eat them. Oh, we killed them, then raped them, but shit. We're not weird. Well, those guys got nailed. They got nailed bad, man. They can't play baseball for 5 years. You know what's scary about mass murder is not how many people are killed, not even how they're killed, it's who they kill. That's what's frightening. Don't kill young girls. That ruins my odds. You're going to piss people off doing that. Kill the cast of The Love Boat. Blow Captain Stubing's head off. I could care less. Rape Gopher. I don't care. Kill people that won't turn right on red. Fuck them. Drag them out of their car. You can make a right on red, you fucking asshole. Maybe your next lifetime you'll remember that. Some people need to die. I will put myself in a position to tell you who. Ah, man. No, kidding. Jeez, a mob here. There's psychos out there, man. I'm driving around. I see hitchhikers all over the road. They expect to be picked up. Hitchhikers. They do? Really? Really? Henry Lee was a hitchhiker. Who picks up hitchhikers? No. They have a lot of bad press, man. I'm not about to pick up someone sitting by the side of the road with a glad bag and an axe, you know? Holding up a sign that says hell. Sorry, dude, I'm going north. Been to a horror movie lately? See the people that go to these things? It's scarier than the goddamn movies, man. And you can hear stuff in the horror movie audience now, like, I remember when I cut off a head. Am I in your way? I will crouch for that guy. Ooh, 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 ooh. I feel too good. I feel too good. Stop it. But I like ants. Anyone hear of an ant farm when they were younger? They great? Ants are my favorite animal, bar none, man. I had an ant farm. Had to get rid of it because of the noise, but I think ants are amazing, man. You ever look at an anthill from overhead? It looks like a city at rush hour. Doesn't it? Trails of ants coming in and going out and coming in. For all we know, those ants are going, look at the traffic. It's a blade of grass, it's green, goddammit, go! This could be happening. Guys hate cats, man. I've been watching this. Guys hate cats. Very general rule, but they hate cats, and I figured out why. And I figured this out on acid. I'm not making it up, all right? Guys hate cats because they associate subconsciously cats with women because women are like cats and men are like dogs. It's a microcosm of the yin and yang energies in the animal kingdom. And women are just like cats. They're beautiful, independent, and deep down don't really need guys. This tends to piss guys off. No one owns a cat. You're the host for the cat. Party's good, they stick. You're late with the food, fuck you, baby. Things to do, people to see, all right? over the fence, man. Remember what that dog thinks when that cat goes over the fence? Huh? God damn, I wish I could do that. All I can do is dig a hole. Cat's just flying about. What do you think's smarter, cats or dogs? Women say cats, men say dogs. Yeah. Figure it this way. Dogs chase balls, they chase sticks, they shake, they roll over, they speak, protect property, guide the blind. Cats do nothing. They get fed the same amount. Now, someone's got an angle on life here, and I think it's little kitty shitting on my stereo right now. Now, I have a cat and a dog, and I can attest to you that cat does nothing all day long, because I don't do anything and I watch it, all right? Man, he lays around all day long. Gets up, eats, goes to the bathroom, and goes back. Poor little kitty had to eat today. I bet you're tuckered out. Feed it as much as my dog, love it as much as my dog. My dog doesn't figure this shit out, man. Makes a fool out of himself on cue. Rolls beaks, I go, rah. Thinks it's his job to protect my apartment. Anyone walks by has a coronary arrest, man. Get away, spill shit, get away! Get away, spill shit, get away! Cats go, man, it's all insured. Listen, folks, my time is up. Thank you very much. You have been fantastic. Thank you.
All right. Oh, God, what a great crowd. What a great night. Isn't that a beautiful night for a stinky fucking day, huh? Big shifteroo by God. Keep us on our toes. Oh! I'd like to begin. I'm so excited about the whole situation with a couple of impressions. I hope you like impressions. All right. These have taken years to perfect. My first impression is a surveyor. Thank you. You're underwhelmed, and I feel that. My next impression is a surveyor's assistant. Does this guy get paid? I'm asking, not judging. Yeah, honey, I had to move the state 3 or 4 times today. Oh, woe is me. What's up with Family Feud? Oh. Well, I moved to Houston for 2 very obvious reasons: employment opportunity and the Buffalo Bio. And I am a nature lover. I remember seeing a postcard once of the Houston skyline, in the foreground that winding, bubbling bio, French tickler floating down the middle. And the guy's still wearing it, you know. And I said, there's something going on in this city that bears looking into. My friends often ask me, Bill, how can anyone move from the green fields of Ireland to Houston, Texas? And I tell them, fuck, I don't know. I've never lived in Ireland. Why do you ask me that all the time? I love this. I paid my lighting bill the other day, Houston Light and Power. You ever look on the back of that bill? Yeah, it says, thanks for giving us the opportunity to serve you. What were our fucking options? Joe's Electricity, Currents are us. This is it, folks. HLP, that's all there is in the business. A little bit about myself. I went to the University of Houston for about 3 weeks, got my degree, and always wondered, was that extra week worth the doctorate? But I never, came to grips with it.
What a great school. I failed out of U of H, so to be honest with you, and I'm embarrassed to say, Cougar High, and I couldn't hack this shit. But I could not wake up for the 8 o'clock class. You know that feeling and all? Shit, and I was going to night school. It looked bad. My dad was so upset, he sends me a rooster through UPS. He lives on a farm. Now what's your excuse, Buster? Got in a lot of trouble trying to get rid of that thing. Apparently I called up Herman Park, tried to donate my cock to the children's petting section. Now, they put me on hold. The vice squad burst through my door. Standing there in my underwear with a rooster. I said, what? My problem with going to U of H, I went during the summer session. All I had in all my classes were jocks trying to make up credit, you know? You know that feeling? They weren't there to learn at all. I remember the first day of my Eastern philosophy course. The instructor walks out and goes, God is consciousness, and we are all God, trying to realize our full potential. Wow. This guy in the back row goes, yeah, we gonna need to know that? Is that gonna be on quiz? No, don't even burden your mind with that, pal, alright? Yeah, go dribble a ball or something, huh? I'm not in a college rivalry. My brother went to A&M. My sister went to UT. You can't imagine how tired I got over the dinner table whenever they were together. Up here, giggle, hook 'em, giggle, hook 'em, giggle, fuck 'em, pass the peas. I mean, I'm trying to eat here. Shit, can I bum a cigarette from you? It's all yours. It's all right. I left mine in the machine, and that amazing habit we have. Incredible waste of money, cigarettes. $1.25. You could play Pac-Man 5 times with that kind of money, you know? It's all priorities, you know? I got a funny call the other day. It was reminding me of smoking because I got a call. Someone wanted to sell me life insurance. Apparently they don't know how comics live, or she wouldn't have even wasted the fucking quarter, you know? First question, do you smoke or drink? Only when I'm awake. I do have priorities here, pal. Have you ever experimented with LSD? I told him I used to experiment with it. Finally had a breakthrough. Found a practical monthly use for that shit. Yeah, I like acid. I'll be right up front with y'all. I ain't gonna lie. It's a great drug. Don't take it as a joke, though. My friends indulge in acid, man. That blows my mind. My friend's like, Bill, we're going over to Stop and Go. Want to do a hit of acid? No, I don't want to be in Stop and Go for 12 hours. Thank you. Well, that sounds fun, but, the Snickers bar spoke to me. I went up to the guy working there. I understand about Pearl Harbor, man. You had to do it. You had to do it. You want popcorn? What a fun drug. I love people that want you to do stuff on acid to enhance the trip. You ever met those? That's fun. You're on acid? Oh man, you gotta play putt-putt golf. Third moon of Pluto right now. This guy wants me to hit a golf ball through a clown's mouth. You seem to swallow it. They told you. Well, this
prayer things in the news again. Prayer at school. Are they gonna ever solve this fucking problem or what? Because prayer, right now is illegal in school. Isn't that weird? Where kids going in the stalls, in the bathrooms. Dear God, dear Lord, what's going on in here? Nothing! You praying? No! I saw the Holy Ghost sneaking out of that door. Let me sniff your aura. Well, I hope you enjoyed your holidays. They're over, and I'm glad they're over. I couldn't deal with too much more holiday stress, God damn, I can't stand. Hey, how you doing? Hey, woo! Long time. Merry Christmas! What's his name? I don't need that shit. I don't give a fuck who you are, baby. Went home for Christmas, that's what I did. Love going home, seeing my folks again, realizing after 5 minutes why I left in the first place. Oh yeah, I hate this shit. That's right, that's why I live on a sleeping bag in an empty apartment. It's better than mom and dad, any day. Remember Mom Logic growing up? Mom Logic? You can't use the car tonight, you used it last night. Okay, I won't go to school today. I went yesterday. All right, Mom? Come on, you want to spar with me here a little bit? Another one of my mom's great techniques. She's out watering the lawn. Car goes by kind of quick on the residential street. She sprays the windshield with water. You slow down. You're going to hurt a child. It's great. Car swerves, goes through a dining room window. Family of 5 dead at breakfast. I was just trying to help the community. So proud. I love that, going home, man. That big turkey dinner. Boy, I don't eat that well all year long. Sitting there eating dinner, my mom starts telling me about relatives I don't know that have cancer and leprosy and shit. Moms love to fill you in, don't they? Bill, guess what? Shit, I'm afraid to ask. Your Aunt Bessie has died and gone to be with Jesus. That's kind of presumptuous. You remember Aunt Bessie, don't you? She's the one with the slab under her arms that would clap you when she hugged you. Well, she had a cyst on her nose and had 3 big black hairs springing out of it. And the doctors thought she was in remission. Well, they went camping last weekend. The children started to swing on her hairs, jumping into the creek. You know how they'll be. And the cyst started to swell like a melon, and it got just huge and purple, and Buzz didn't know what to do. He finally had to lance it with a tent peg just to relieve the pressure. Bill, eat your cranberry sauce. She looks so pale. I'm full, Mom. Thank you, though. Yeah, I won't be one to eat for a long time now. I grew up in the Evel Knievel period. Anybody grow up in that period as a child? Remember that? In our infinite wisdom and equal amount of boredom, we decided we'd jump our friends on Schwinn bikes. All right. Hey, we got it together, don't we? Remember that, setting up the ramp on the bricks, and the guy gets, you lay the stupidest guy down. Hey, don't worry, he's done it before, don't worry. All right. The guy with the bike goes about 15 blocks away and starts pumping. About the 14th block, he runs out of energy and breath, close to the ramp, over right on the guy's nuts. This is great. But boy, we loved it, huh? I was the king of popping wheelies, too. I was the wheelie king popper. So my friends once loosened the front wheel of my bike. That's when I broke the record. I was on one wheel for 14 hours. cookies to the monkey. Watch him evolve in front of my fucking eyes. I just got an apartment over here in the Montrose area. Bend over acre. Okay, it's predominantly gay. The thing is, the apartments are incredibly cheap. Mine was on like 10 blowjobs a month. Yeah. Shit, I need the calories, and I looked at it like, hey, something's going on here. I have nothing against homosexuals. I really don't. I don't care one way or the other. I just know I could never personally participate in a sexual activity that disrupts my bowel movement. Now, maybe I'm growing up, you know. I don't know. Regularity is more important than lust to me at this point in my life. I don't. Drinkers know what I'm talking about. If I have a solid shit, that pretty much makes my day at this point. Maybe I'm healthy. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Yeah, I drink a tad too much, but I find when I drink a lot, I get real philosophical. Yeah. You know, drunk philosophy? Oh, that's a great philosophy. That kind of warm, weeping philosophy. They have walls to hold up roofs. Yeah, that's beautiful. About 3 weeks ago, I was real drunk, and I realized this is it hit me, piece of truth. I used to be a sperm cell. All right? Now stay with me, please, because it gets real deep real quick. Think about it. We all used to be just a sperm cell. Why did our cell make it out of the thousands of others that comprised our load? And there's some odds there, you know, and I don't swim now. What's the deal? Back then, I'm going for it. One chance at life. Fuck you, pal. Where's the egg? Boom! Here I am. There's something going on. I thought there must be a God. Man, this is proof. I wept. And then it hit me. Every time I jerk off, I destroy a city the size of Beaumont. Luckily, I went to Beaumont. Don't worry about it, guys. You're doing your country a favor, all right? If you have any patriotism, God bless America. You know, one less. Well, I just got back from Birmingham, Alabama. I am still getting over the time difference. It's 1964 there, and looking at that 84 thing we're used to in the real city. Came back with the new drunk driving laws as of January 1st. Are these not serious shit going on? That could ruin a fun evening, couldn't it? Wind up in jail, 3 guys taking a broom handle up your ass. Oh, Happy New Year, honey. Oh, I got splinters. Oh. See, I got pulled over, luckily, December 29th, but I knew I was fucked up. This cop walks over to my car. I rolled down the wrong front window. Looking at him in the mirror. How tall are you? What? What's that? Quit smoking dope. Dope makes me stupid. Find myself high watching cartoons. I'm going, I'm sure a guy could fall off a cliff that high and live. Great. This is not all I do. Well, it is now all I do. This is it. I had a job. I don't want to sound like a wimp, but I quit it. It was too dangerous. I worked as a bouncer at a salad bar. I figured, you know, it's only a matter of time before some crazy motherfucker comes in there, crouton in the eye, little red tomato back of the head. Boom, I'm an invalid, you know. and I'm not life insured. You know that story, so fuck this. But I just got off the road. I like going on the road. I really do. I get to go to cities where the women don't know me. Increases my odds immediately. It's my mathematics, you know. The first impression has cut the edge a little bit. It's not going too well with the women right now, boy. Last weekend, it is a bummer finding out you're a diabetic, going down on a girl wearing candy panties. That'll put a stop to a date real quick. She thought I was getting into it. I was having a seizure. She came 10 times. I'm in a coma with spandex hanging out of me. I've been a great crowd. Thank you very much.
Our next guest is an outspoken comic of the very highest caliber from the United States. Please raise the roof time for Bill Hicks. Yeah.
Thank you very much. How you doing? Good. I am a comedian and poet, so anything that doesn't get a laugh is a poem. Gotta have a back door, you know. I love being a comedian. It's the greatest job in the world for one very simple reason. I don't have a boss. Definite plus in a lifestyle, man. Every job I ever had with a boss, always harassed. Hicks, how come you're not working? There's nothing to do. Well, you pretend like you're working. Well, why don't you pretend I'm working? Yeah. You get paid more than me, you fantasize. Pretend I'm mopping. Knock yourself out. It's not that I have a bad attitude. I got the kind of face people don't even know walk up to me out of the blue and go, "What's wrong?" Nothing. Well, it takes more energy to frown than it does to smile. Yeah, you know it takes more energy to point that out than it does to leave me alone? Yeah. So you got a very beautiful city here. I love it. It's just great. Warm in the day, cold at night. I love that because I sleep all day. Actually, I love the cold weather, man. I was in Chicago, Illinois one time. I was there 5 below zero, no wind chill. Little nippy. But it's kind of neat, though, in that weather. Going outdoors, watching smokers pass out because they don't know when they're done exhaling. Just good, cheap American fun. And I lied. It was me. But I do smoke. If this bothers anyone, I recommend you looking around the world in which we live and shutting your mouth. How's that? How many non-smokers do we have here tonight? Non-smokers. Good. I got something to tell you. Something I know you don't know. And I'm excited about telling you something because I know you want to learn. Ready? Non-smokers, this is for you and you alone. Ready? Non-smokers die every day. Sleep tight. So I know you entertain some type of eternal life fantasy because you don't smoke. Let me be the first to pop that bubble and send you hurtling back to reality. You're going to die too. Have a good night. Okay. You know what doctors say? Shoot, if only you'd smoke, we'd have the technology to help you. Shoot, people dying from nothing that are screwed. I got all sorts of neat stuff waiting for me. Oxygen tent, iron lung. It's like going to Tandy. See, what bugs me is I don't drink. A lot of you non-smokers are drinkers. I'm a non-drinker and a smoker. To me, we're trading off vices. That seems fair, doesn't it? Not to you non-smokers. We don't care whether you drink. Why should our lives be threatened by your nasty habit? Yeah, but you know what? I can't kill anyone in a car because I'm smoking a cigarette. And I've tried. Turn off all the lights, rush them, they always see the glow. I've tried. I don't drink anymore because I had to quit because I really drank. Okay. See, I know a lot of you fancy yourselves partiers, but let me tell you one quick subtle difference. You're setting up. I was pathetic. I get pulled over by the cops, I'd be so drunk, I'd be out dancing to their lights, thinking I'd made it to another club. Did not look good on the arrest report. I don't drink, I don't do drugs anymore. But I'll tell you something about drugs. I know it's not a very popular idea. You don't hear it very often anymore, but it's the truth. I had a great time doing drugs. Sorry. Never murdered anyone, never robbed anyone, never raped anyone, never beat anyone, never lost a job, a car, a house, a wife, or kids. Laughed my ass off. Went about my day. Sorry. Now, where's my commercial? How come I don't get a commercial? How come it's always that other guy? I lost my job, then my wife, then my house, then my car, then my kids. Don't do drugs. Well, I'm definitely not doing them with you. Jeez. Man, you're bumming me. I mean, I've lost my car before, but I found it the next morning, you know. I don't think that warranted a commercial. I lost my car and, oh, no, there it is over there. See you tomorrow. Bye. You know, I mean, I've lost stuff. I just cannot believe in a war against drugs when they follow anti-drug commercials all day long with, beer commercials. Sorry, alcohol is a drug, A, and here's the hard one to swallow. Alcohol kills more people than crack, coke, and heroin combined each year. Fact. And I'll tell you something, if I were going to legalize a drug, it would not be alcohol. You know why? There's better drugs and better drugs for you. That's a fact, too. So you can stop your internal dialogue. Wait a minute, Bill. Alcohol is an acceptable form of social interaction, which for thousands of years has been the norm. Shut up. Your denial is beneath you, and thanks to the use of hallucinogenic drugs, I see through you. I mean, I'm not promoting drugs. I had bad times on them. One time, me and 3 friends dropped acid, drove around in my dad's car. He's got one of those talking cars. We're tripping. Car goes, the door is ajar. We pulled over, thought about that for 12 hours. Thank you very much. Good night.
Okay, we're here. It's July 17th, 1988. We're at the Houston House Apartments in Houston, Texas. It's Bill Hicks. How you doing, Bill?
I'm doing well, Jim.
Good.
Doing well. Good to see you.
This is one of your farewell appearances here in Houston, right? You're not going to be back?
Oh, actually, I'm done. This is not even an appearance. I'm at the pool just trying to relax, Jim. I know this looks like a gig Sharon might have got, but no, this is just the pool, no gig.
And you're moving on to New York now?
Going to New York Tuesday, day after tomorrow.
That's good. That'd be the 19th.
Yeah.
Well,
Moving up north to get away from the heat.
Moving up north. Well, have you given any thought to whatever happened to the Outlaw comics?
Jesus, the Outlaws. God dang, I haven't heard that word in a long time. I really haven't given it much thought, Jim. Let's see. There once was this group of guys, gleam of madness in their eyes, wanted to make their mark on the world. Outlaws was their name, and comedy was their game, along with trying to meet some girls. There was Shock with his attitude, cocky and wise. There was John, who was cool with the shades on his eyes. Esquire, hot as a pistol. Andy and Riley, characters abound. There was Bill dressed in black and living downtown. And Eppie with his jack-off jokes and crystals.
Let's tune. Better?
We'll just cut that part out. Almost got away from you, didn't it?
How it all got started, I'll never know. Probably came up in a drunken row. Hey, I've got it, someone slurred. Let's all get together and take the world. We'll meet some money and make some girls. Success and stardom we deserve. No more Paul, no more Sharon. Fuck 'em all. We'll meet at Bill's tomorrow at noon. We'll argue till he wakes, then go for food. We have to decide who's our leader. Riley thinks he's the one for the job. Eppie thinks Riley is a slob. Shock says, fuck it, let's go eat, and that's agreed on. Riley wants to eat at the Black Eyed Peas. Shock says he wants Vietnamese. Eppie says wherever Shock goes is the place for him. Andy and Jimmy are broke today. Bill says he'll cover if they'll repay. I guess that means, John says, we're done working. Where, oh where did the outlaws go? They're out to lunch and they got a show looming on the horizon. Hicks is asleep and Shock is stoned. Where Eppie went nobody knows, and no one seems to care to find him. As frightening as it seems, Eppie had a dream. By the time we found out it was time to leave, more than a little bit scary. On a dingy little club in Chicagoland, we were up shit creek without a fan, except for one cackling idiot named Barry. Or whatever happened to the outlaw life? Shock's too busy juggling wives. John thinks Eppie is a putz. For the umpteenth time, Jimmy up and quit. Andy be happy with a solid shit. And Riley has his mind on a kibbutz.
That's sad.
It's real sad.
That's now are those tears or is that sweat that's dripping off?
It's both, a little of both.
I thought so. Well, what were the Outlaws though, really, Bill? What did they stand for?
They stood for, lunch buffets, half off, late night Mexican food, arguments till dawn, occasionally a show, more titles than shows. Had some great titles we came up with.
Like what?
Oh, there's so many.
What were some of the titles that were not agreed on?
Not agreed on.
Get religion, get political.
Get religion. All of them that we did were not agreed on. the ones that we didn't do, that we never got done. Oh,
Cast pearls.
those Cast Pearls before Swaggart. That was the Baton Rouge epic. Well, the Outlaws got together first of all back when Sam Kinison was there and was kicked out of the club and then broke Steve Moore's leg.
Now, what was he kicked out for?
Well, he was kicked out for doing material that offended Steve Moore and I believe Fred Greenlee's sensibilities, who were at that time managers of the club.
And non-Outlaws.
Oh, and to this day.
Now,
See,
what was the material? What was
The deal was, Steve Moore came down and took on the pompous position of becoming artistic director of something so ambiguous as individual talent. An impossible fucking choice to make. He made it pompously. Sam Kinison showed up, who had a background of intense individuality and personality and charisma, and went up and did the exact kind of act that Steve Moore purported he liked. A Lenny Bruce stream of consciousness, and also killed, and the crowds loved it. And he'd only been doing it a short while, whereas Steve Moore is what now, 60? He's about 60 and had been doing it since he was 10.
And he's crammed that into a shorter amount of time.
Yeah.
So
there was some artistic differences.
jealousy, I would say, and they found ways to try and thwart Sam's talent. For instance, they told him on weekends you cannot do improvisational comedy, and which went against the theory of the club, the Comedy Workshop, which is a place you work on comedy. But also, Sam was doing improvisational comedy and killing while doing it. So what could possibly be the complaint? So what Sam did when they said, well, either you do a set act on weekends or you don't work weekends, Sam went up and scratched his name off all the weekends. It shows you what kind of attitude he had. Fuck it, I'll do what I want. That bothered them even more. So they found ways to try and cut out pieces of Sam's act during the week, such as Baby Jesus and Nigger Dog.
Is this one piece? Or?
Yeah, it was one piece. Yeah, the Baby Jesus and Nigger Dog, Pancho Villa and what? Pancho and Don Quixote, a team. Chasing the windmills of illusion and destroying them.
Pancho Villa and Don Quixote were a team?
Don Quixote and Pancho. Sancho Sanchez.
I want to say that. I want to say this.
So they said
they didn't like the bit. Steve didn't like the bit.
Exactly.
What was Wilkes doing there? Oh, no.
He was sleeping in Sam's closet with Carl above.
So how did they stop him?
They had bunk shoeboxes.
So how did they stop Sam from doing a piece of material?
Oh, they didn't. They had to kick him out.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
They? Who's they? Moore and Green?
Well, they had not only just Moore, an artistic director, they had a artistic committee. Some comics they picked, hand-picked.
Who was on that?
Oh, Bill Silva would be a perfect example. Bob Rogers. That's the vote we always sway by going, no, Bob, here's a drink. We're going this way. You guys are always right. You know, hell, I don't know nothing. First of all, let me start off by saying I don't know anything. And I'm a loser. Okay, Bob, thanks.
Was that Bob or Silva?
Well, Silva went either way. Silva went either way, depending on where the winds were blowing. I think Bob is a loser. No, I think he's all right. Well, so do I. Losers can be all right. I never said that.
So they kicked Sam out?
They kicked Sam out over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And finally to reach the point where Sam went across the street and crucified himself on a stop-and-go sign with diapers and a crucifix and ketchup for blood. Greenlee, I heard, called the police. I never knew Greenlee was such a concerned citizen about stop-and-go property. And the tensions rose until finally.
This is all one night, basically.
This is Sam's first night here.
No, but I mean, this crucifix.
I don't remember what night.
Okay, but this was the night he and Moore had a squabble, and he broke Moore's leg or something.
No, this is later. This is when he went back. He broke a bar stool, got kicked out for 2 weeks. Something else happened. They kicked him out forever.
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 He's been back there, though.
And Sam, yeah, he has been back. And Sam did not take that well and went up and broke Moore's leg. So that pretty much cemented the forever, at least for now. It became, well, until Moore's leg heals, you're out of here.
So it was later that night or another night when he did the crucifix?
It was another night.
Another night, okay. So the police came. Sam's on a
cross.
makeshift cross
and he testified, a living testimony, that the club was trying to, members of the club were trying to thwart creativity.
There was a crowd forming?
Big crowd.
Did he do the aforementioned bit for them?
No, you really needed a mic for that. And it was a big crowd and traffic was going by and cops' lights, and so he got kicked out forever. And that's when the Outlaws basically was formed, when he decided to do a show called Comics on the Lam with Epi, Riley, myself, Carl LeBove, and Wilkes somehow. And Wilkes wasn't even there, but he was on the show. So that was the first really germ of the idea.
Now, where was this performed?
It's performed in a few places, but the main one was at the Tower Theater, where we were going to try to raise money to move to L.A. So we're going to do a final show before L.A. type of deal. And that show drew 90 people. So we
raised enough money to move to Seguin.
Seguin, yeah.
So that was pretty much it for that first wave of outlaws.
That was it. Then
it came up again when? When was the term used again?
I believe that came up again when Wilkes broke Moore's leg. They were both trying to pick up the same blonde. A squabble started.
So it wasn't as much artistic as...
Well, as Moore would explain, she was a painting, man. She was a fucking Blake poem.
So who moved to L.A.?
She had one tooth and a tattoo on the tooth. What we wanted to do was get the best guys that we could who were original and did themselves. That was the basic theme of the Outlaw premise.
What was Wilkes doing? And that show was really a good show, don't you think?
Yeah.
You're still proud of it today.
Oh yeah, it was a great show. Everything we did had that quality to it.
I want to introduce a man that brings me my scars and my water, Mr. Charlie Hodge. Give him a hand. Charlie Hodge, ladies and gentlemen, scars and water. Come on out here, Charlie, take a bow. Thank you, Charlie. Man that brings me my scars and my water, Charlie Hodge. Somebody, every live Elvis album, there's a point when Elvis introduces everyone in the band, the singers, da, 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 and at the end of all this, he goes, and the man that brings me my scars and my water, Mr. Charlie Hodge. Who is this tick sucking on Elvis's behind, giving Elvis scarves and water, probably taking care of the rest of his fucking life, too. Charlie Hodge, man that brings me my scarves and my water. Charlie Hodge, ladies and gentlemen. Charlie's been with me a long time, you know, and we used to have two people, one who brought me scarves and one who brought me water. One day Charlie was up late and he come knocking on my room. He said, E, I had an idea. And I said, Charlie, come on in. He said, hey, you know, we got Earl and Dwayne. One of them bringing you scarves and one water, and switching off each night so they don't get bored and crash into the wall. I said, yeah, Charlie, what's your point? Earl and Dwayne are doing a pretty good job. And they said, yeah, E, but they're eating like two different people. And I said, true, Charlie. What do you got in mind? He said, well, E, been working on some blueprints out in the bus. I said, what are they, Charlie? He said, well, Lee, what if I were to bring you both your scarves and your water at one time? I said, Charlie, can't be done. And goddamn, if 3 weeks later he didn't walk on stage bringing me both scarves and water. Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Hodge. Brandon brings me my scarves and my water. Charlie Hodge. My brow gets sweaty, my throat gets parched. Mr. Charlie Hodge brings me out some scarves and water. Beautiful man. Funny man, too. Great to tour with. Watch this. Want to see something funny? Oh, yeah, we do, Bill. Okay, watch this. Yeah, Bill, look around you. Look at the name of any, literature you see on the front tables. Oh, all right. I want to show you something funny. Watch this. Charlie, come out here. Charlie, watch this. This kills me. Charlie, put on these white panties and dance like a monkey. Charlie Hodge, ladies and gentlemen, give him a hand. Charlie Hodge. Scarves, water, white panties, dancing like a monkey. Charlie Hodge, that's my boy. You need a great man? Charlie Hodge. Great, burly, hairy man. Charlie Hodge. Looks good in them white panties, don't you? Been on the road a few months. That Charlie Hodge. He's not back there, sir. Get back here. This is all a figment of my imagination. Get back here. This is a figment of Dr. Nick's imagination right now. Charlie's saved my life several times, too. I'd take too many of Dr. Nick's vitamins, and I'd wake up on the bathroom floor on my back like a doodly bug. And Charlie, fearing that I'd go into a coma, would straddle me wearing them white panties. And if that weren't exciting enough, he rubbed 2 popsicles on my temple to keep my pulse rate going. Charlie Hodge, ladies and gentlemen. Scarves, water, white panties, popsicles on the temple, dancing like a monkey. For that, I give him a trailer out back at Graceland to raise his 15 waterhead, hillbilly, rude cracker spawn that he's had with every two-tooth fucking waitress in every goddamn Waffle House in Kentucky County. just for bringing me my scars and my water. Charlie Hodge gets a whole life paid for, ladies and gentlemen, because he's the one, when my brow is sweaty and my throat's parched, will run out there like a little monkey boy with a popsicle stick sticking out of his buttock, his white panties pulled against his hairy stomach, dancing like a monkey, bringing me some scars and water, just to keep me interested in living, you know? Keep Little Lee excited one more night. I've had it all. I've had mothers, I've had daughters, I've had mothers and daughters eating each other, and I loved it, but man, it's not enough anymore. And the only thing that gets Little E going anymore is Charlie Hodge in a pair of white panties with a popsicle stick up his butt, two rubbing against my temples, straddling my chest, my big old lard-encased fucking chest. Charlie Hodge, ladies and gentlemen, my man, Charlie Hodge, Scars and Water. For that, I've given him a 500 Cadillacs and one for each of his little cracker spawn. It's had with every buck-tooth, inbred, fucking one-eyed hillbilly waitress bitches in every Waffle House IHOP that our bus stops at in our never-ending tour across this great land, Mr. Charlie Hodge. He's a beautiful man. Scars and Water, Charlie Hodge. That's why I pay extra for a man, a brain encased in lard and fucking hairy southern belly, swirled around a pair of virginal white cotton panties pulled up tight around his own little Charlie. Charlie Hodge, ladies and gentlemen, Scars and Water. Give it up for him. Charlie Hodge, come on out and take a bow, Charlie. We'll see you later in the back bunk on the bus, Charlie. Knocking the way your titties jiggle when you run them scars out to me, boy. We ain't stopping at no Waffle House tonight, boy. We ain't picking up no buck-tooth, peroxide blonde waffle fucking waitress tonight, Charlie. You gonna tell me about the moment that light bulb went off in your head when you said, God damn it, I can carry water and a scarf at the same fucking time. I can do both those things. I'm Charlie Hodge, and there's nothing I cannot do. Phil, can you quit doing the Charlie Hodge? Look, could you go back to the goat boy thing? Suddenly that looks like the complete realm of sanity and reason to us. Folks, you've been great. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Good night. There's a brand new Cadillac outside for each and every one of you. Thank you. Just see Charlie Hodge in the last stall in the men's room. He's the one with the white cotton virginal panties around his left ankle. Thank you. Good night.
Now, my next guest has been hailed as the most abrasive, outrageous, and outspoken comedian to come out of America since, well, Dick Van Dyke. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bill Hicks. Hello, Bill. How are you? Right. Wow. What it is. You've brought your fans. I think they misheard me. I think it is Dick Van Dyke. But great. Do your Cockney accent. No. We love that Cockney accent that Dick Van Dyke did. But sorry, I'm interviewing you and I'm talking like that.
I'm getting paid either way.
That's what you think. Now, no, you're an American comedian, so I've got to get you to do your airline jokes, because that's what you always do. You always come over and do jokes about the flight.
I always do?
No,
or...
all American comedians do. It's like a sort of tradition here. I don't know.
Well, you English guys always go over there and do that accent, so... I don't know, flying, you know, it sucks. Let me get this straight. They don't allow smoking on airplanes, right? Yeah. But they allow children.
Yeah.
So, go figure. I'm a smoker, so I'm trying to quit flying. So.
Yeah.
Going to fly stop.
That's your sort of you're the vice that you've got left now, isn't it? Because you're off drugs, you're off drink. You're
Not since this show. They all look pretty wholesome right now. Yeah, I smoke a little bit. About 2 lighters a day. Is that a lot?
Yeah, I think so.
I lost count.
Yeah. Well, I'm keen on people carrying on smoking because I don't smoke and I've never have done, and I'm basically unfit apart from that. So if everybody stopped smoking, then I'd be the unfittest person in the world. As it is, I know that you've got you know, you're killing yourself with smoking, so it's...
Thank you. Thank you, Clive.
Happy thought, isn't it?
Well, you know, you non-smokers are pretty, you know, some of the things. I was in New York City. A guy said to me, hey, man, quit smoking. You get your sense of smell back. What? That's exactly what I'm looking for in New York, yeah. Is that urine? I think I smell a dead guy. Hey, it's a dead guy covered in urine. Check this out. Hey, if I'd been smoking, I never would have found him.
Anyway, you're over here doing your tour, Still Dangerous tour, that's what you call it, Still Dangerous.
Right.
And that sort of builds up your image as, you know, like the dangerous person to follow after Lenny Bruce. Is that difficult for you to keep being more outrageous or more dangerous, more challenging?
No. Lenny's dead. It's a one-man race now. All right, Lenny, go to the bathroom. See you later.
But when he was doing...
There was my accent.
Yeah. Brilliant. It could have been Dick Van Dyke sitting here, but... or we mucked out the booking.
He'll probably get the check.
But Lenny Bruce could just come on whenever he was performing and just, like, mention oral sex or something. You practically have to do it.
I have to do it, right. And it's terrible. It's tough. Every night. Sometimes you don't even feel like it, you know, but the show must go on.
But he gets arrested and headlines and stuff, and you just have to carry on and think, oh, I've got to be more outrageous tomorrow night. Is there an upper limit to where you can get?
Yes, Clive, there's stuff beyond oral sex.
Not with me, there's not. Now, you used to be in New York, or you came from somewhere, then you gone to New York. Now, have you gone to Los Angeles?
Yeah,
now?
I am from what's left of L.A., yeah. Since I left, there's been 2 earthquakes and the riot.
Yeah.
And I have an alibi.
Do you find yourself offending people with your... I mean, I know you're doing some television over here, and sometimes people get offended, especially if they see it on television. Does that worry you?
No, I can't help what everyone thinks. But a lot of people, you know, their beliefs are just weird, you know. You got to point it out. Like Christians wearing crosses around their necks. You think when Jesus comes back, he wants to see a cross? Kind of like going up to Jackie Onassis with a rifle pendant on, you know? Stinging at John, Jackie, we love him. Maybe that's why Jesus hadn't come back yet.
Well, it's a theory.
They're still wearing crosses. No. When they're all wearing a fish, I'll drop down, all right?
Well, what about guns in America? What's the thing with Americans and guns? Why are you always shooting each other?
Well, it started, one guy had one, he started shooting people, and everyone else bought one. I don't know, people are violent over there. And it's another thing where the death penalty, it amazes me that Christians are against the death penalty, you know? Because if it weren't for capital punishment, there'd be no Easter. Any earthquake?
How do you go down? Mind that chair, it's cheap. How do you go down? How do you go? I know you're in Los Angeles and New York, you're fine, but do you ever go to sort of the more, I was going to call them Hicksville parts of America, but...
like East Anglia?
Like East Anglia or...
Right.
Well, in America, though, I mean, do you get any fundamentalist Christians giving you any
trouble?
they
you know, I've had some weird occasions. They meet me after the show and start pushing me, you know. Hey, buddy, we're Christians. We don't like what you said. I said, well, then forgive me. Seems like the obvious way. Yeah. Once again.
No, but you came over to Britain last year. Did you find Britain...
I found it, yeah, and I'm back.
You got any jokes about airlines or anything?
Oh, there's this flight I'm taking in about 15 minutes.
I think so, yes. You got some TV stuff you're doing over here. Well, you did have. I think you're doing a special on Channel 4. I think we've had that, and we're having it again. Is that right?
Right, on Monday, yeah. That was filmed at Montreal, where we met.
Yes, I did. You were the... There's somebody finding that interesting. It was an odd place to go and meet an American beginning. Montreal, it was like halfway between Britain and America. Anyway, Bill, it's been... I've got to stop you because let's face it,
I'm not leaving.
Let's face it, we've run out. So, ladies and gentlemen, Bill Hicks. Right, now... We've got it. Hang on. Now you may. We've got our roof on because you may have heard that the legal profession in England is trying to update the image of judges and barristers by getting rid of the traditional wig. And we've got a sneak preview now of the new headgear which they're going to be using to drag the law into the 20th century. And here it is. And there it is. And that's the new wig. So I don't know if you like that, but OK, see you after the break. Bye.
I want to tell you something. Objectively looking at the world, you know what, y'all? You're the only people alive on the earth today. All the people that created tradition, created countries, and created rulers. Them fuckers are dead. Why don't you start your own world while you got the chance?
We can change it anytime we want. We can change it anytime we want.
Folks, it's time to evolve, man. That's why we're troubled, because you know why our institutions are failing us? The church, the state, everything's failing. It's because they're no longer relevant. They're not relevant anymore. We're supposed to keep evolving. You know, evolution didn't end with us growing opposable thumbs. Did you know that? There's another 90% of our brains that we have to illuminate, where your ego dissolves and you realize the true nature of our reality, which is mind, and that we literally all are one, and there's no such thing as death, and our bodies are an illusion, and God's eternal love is unconditional, and never have we left it other than a dream of the fall from grace, which is just an illusionary dream, and never has God been unloving to us, and we can wake up and remember God's eternal unconditional love.
We can change it anytime we want. Today, a young man on acid realized that all matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration, that we are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There is no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we're the imagination of ourselves. Here's Tom with the weather.
We're shooting a lot of amateur comics here, so I think it's interesting for people. How do you get into this business?
Well, I started off. I actually went on stage at a church talent show at church camp when I was 13 years old, and did Richard Pryor material. Yeah, I was demon possessed in their eyes. But I started off then, and then I was interested in comedy real early on, and this is like 1977, I guess, 76, and then. The club started popping up all over the country, because I remember watching as a kid, watching comics on Carson, and that's when he started having them on like every week and then every night.
Why did they start popping up all over the country?
Well, I think it's because my own opinion is comedy is the last bastion of free speech. You get to see on stage at a comedy club someone calling a spade, not any network censorship. You know, and this is when it's good. I'm not saying it's all like that by any stretch of the imagination. You get your share of hacks, of course. In any booming business, you're going to get the leeches and bootlickers, you know. But for me, it is something you go to see where you can't see anywhere else. Not even when you see a comic on television can you see him really do his stuff. You don't ever see Richard Pryor on network TV doing his stand-up act. Now, if you come into a club, you can see a guy, no holds barred, doing anything, you know, and a lot of people abuse that and they do old dirty jokes, or the people come to see dirty jokes. I don't really believe that, but when it's good, you get to see people, freedom of speech, different ideas, different opinions, and done humorously.
The common perception is that most comics are screwed up. Have you found that to be true?
No, I don't believe that. That's a myth. I think the
Come
world
from
is
really troubled backgrounds. And
well, yeah, but who didn't?
humor.
Who didn't have a troubled background? You know, anybody who didn't is a fucking liar. Excuse me, I can't say that on TV, but I did. A liar. I'll say it again. No, I used to think that. I did. I thought, because the Woody Allen, "Ooh, I'm so depressed, I had," you know, but it occurred to me finally that actually the world is very screwed up and people need comedians to set it right, you know. It's kind of like, I heard a good description of humor. It reframes reality in a positive light. So I think comics are really kind of doorways to a different understanding of a very, very mixed up and very depressing world.
So you're telling me you have an evangelical mission here?
No, I do it for me. I mean, it helps me to do it. If people want to look at it that way, that's fine. I don't care what other...
What does it do for you to do it?
It's a great sense of freedom. I feel very honest on stage when I don't really feel honest in other parts. I guess that has a lot to do with control as well. I do have a talent at it, and that it always is fun to do what you have a talent at. You know, when you have a talent at something and you do it and it works, there's like, you know, they say, well, there's nothing like that feeling. That's what I feel. I feel alive when I do it, and it's addictive. You know, it's like racing cars, I guess. You know what I mean? Or hitting the home run. You just go, I'll go through a slump for 5 years to have that feeling again. You know, but you know, fortunately, their clubs are everywhere, and you don't have to wait. You can do it every night. You know.
So, are you on every night? Does it work every night?
Not every night. The way I have very, very, very high standards for myself, but. You know, you get to a point where you can be a professional and you still perform, and the audience doesn't really know the difference. So, in that regard, I am on every night. In my own personal assessment, I have moments.
Yeah. Now, a lot of people are going to be trying out tonight, coming on with open mic and see if they can make it. Does it take a certain kind of person to hold up on the stage by yourself, be that vulnerable?
Sure it does. It's not for everybody. If it was for everybody, everybody would do it. It's obviously, you know, you work an hour a night and make great money. Who wouldn't choose that if they could do it, you know? And a lot of people think it's real easy to do. A lot of people think because they're the class clown they can do it. They don't know what it takes to go into it, you know? And it's not even just getting into a nightclub. That's just this is nothing. This is a learning place. That's all this is, you know? If you want to really communicate with people, you obviously want to connect with everybody. So you're going to have to work up to, you know, television or movies or some type of medium. So these people who are trying out to get into clubs, there's so many echelons of this whole business, you know.
What's the top?
Well, I guess it's every top is a personal top, you know. Carson's got his thing. Letterman's got his thing. Everyone's got a different thing. Whatever makes you happy. It's so individualized, it's unbelievable.
So what would make you happy? I mean, where do you go from here?
I don't know. For myself, I still like to perform, so I guess what I'm doing, you know. Where that will lead, I do not know. I don't want to work clubs the rest of my life, but I do like performing. I just would like to have bigger audiences, less dates on the road. You know, that would be nice for the next step, I guess.
What is the life on the road? I mean, every night, every week, another club?
It can be like anything, good or bad, depending on how you look at it. And I've looked at it both. I spent years hating it. I spent years drunk, partying. Oh, this is a nightmare. And then it occurred to me in a moment of lucid gratitude, I work an hour a night, I make tons of money, people love me, I get to go on stage and tell people what I think, and they listen, and not only listen, but laugh. I'm going to hate this? Then I would be definitely a desperately troubled person. It's a great life. Not that I want to travel the rest of my life. I'm young. I can do it now. I don't mind that. They pay me to go to cities I would never go on my own, you know, reconnaissance. And that's neat. But I don't want to do this the rest of my life traveling because I hate to travel. You know, I like being here. I like being where I get. I don't like the airports. There's nothing romantic about traveling. Case closed. I'm a little tired of it. I've got bags at home. I got bags with the luggage tag things. I mean, that thick. It's like a fungo bat of luggage tags.
Any advice that you'd give to someone who's watching this show and thinking they'd like to be a stand-up comic? Any warnings?
There's really nothing unless, you know, it's a choice you got to make. And if you make it, the only advice I would tell you is you got to keep working at it. You got to be yourself. Don't take cheap shots. You got to be yourself. If you got it, you got it. And that's a choice you got to make on your own. You and your personal God. You know, there's no way to do it. You just got to be yourself, and you got to believe. Like anything, you just got to believe it.
Okay, thanks a lot.
You want to do it. You're going on tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, I'll be on right after you.
Good luck. I'm going to do 3 hours tonight.
We don't have that much tape.
That it?
for Rick Ashton and Dion. First of all, give them some love. Let them know you care. I want to thank you all for coming out tonight. I really want to thank you because I know how hard it is to get off the couch these days. And it is, man. You watch the news, you get the impression you walk out your door, you're immediately going to be raped by some crack-addicted, AIDS-infected pit bull or something. Just some horrible CNN story, you know. Honey, I'm going to check the mail. Stay inside, honey. Let's stay inside. Bum, 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 bum. So I thank you for coming out. It's beautiful to be here. Chicago's a great place. And no, really it is, man. And I thank you, because I tell you what, I'm glad you came out and said watch TV, because TV sucks, and just quit watching it. Do me a favor, would you? Just cut it out, you know? Watching the news is the most depressing fucking thing going. You ever sit around and watch CNN longer than, say, 20 hours in one day? I do that every day, and I don't recommend it. Watch headline news for an hour. It's the most depressing thing you'll ever do. War, famine, death, AIDS, homeless, recession, depression, pit bull. War, famine, death, AIDS, homeless. You look out your window, it's just... Where's all this shit happening, man? Ted Turner is making this shit up, man. Jane Fonda won't sleep with him. He runs to a typewriter. By 1995, we will all die of AIDS. Read that on the air. I don't get laid. No one gets laid. I'm writing Jane Fonda. Will you fuck this guy so we can get some good news, please? I want to see a well-laid Ted Turner newscast. Hey, it's all going to work out. Here's sports. Big stupid grin. I've been laid, I'm a happy man. Saddam Hussein still in power. CIA has a plot to get rid of Hussein, and it's a plot they've used before to get rid of world leaders. It should work, but they're having trouble talking Hussein into flying to Dallas. Okay, let's see. I'm just teasing you. Bum, 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 bum. So, gee, man, I'm lost all of a sudden. Yeah, Ted Turner, man, this guy. You know what I don't like about Ted Turner? I hate this guy, but you know why I hate him? Because he's colorizing black and white films, man. You think that's right? No, leave the fucking movie alone, you hack piece of shit. You didn't make it, leave it alone. He says, well, you know, if you colorize black and white films, more people will watch them. Oh, yeah? Well, maybe that's why people don't read books anymore, because they're in black and white. Why don't you turn every book into a coloring book, you fucking moron? I love reading. Shout, you're going out of line. Oh. Leave the movies alone. You didn't make them. Get away from them. Okay, great. Of course, I'm not saying that years from now when I'm dead, I don't want someone going through my old shit and putting funny jokes in it. Okay. Colorize me. So I'm feeling pretty good. Smoking still. It's a nightmare. I do smoke. If this bothers anyone, I recommend looking around the world in which we live and, I don't know, shutting your fucking mouth. Either that or suffer a facial burn. Your choice. Excuse me, do you mind not... Ow. Fuck, he put it out in my eye. Honey, I tried to tell him he put his out in my fucking eyeball. I wish we'd gone with the secondary smoke. This hurts. He's cackling. He's laughing. And I'll do it. Now, Tell you the worst. Oh, first of all, I should ask, by round of applause, how many non-smokers do we have here tonight? By round of applause. None? Gee, what are the odds of that? There's usually a few. Oh, well. Warning, smoking can be bad for your hearing. Tell you the worst kind of non-smoker, kind where you're smoking, they just walk up to you. And they say, shit, you're lucky you don't smoke. It's a hell of a cough you got there, dude. I smoke all day and don't cough like that. That's weird. I'm smoking, you're coughing. If I drink, do you get drunk? I might want to party with you. I'll go out, drink all night, then drive your drunk ass home. My little party sponge. Come soak up after me. I've just done heroin. Throw up. We all need a little party sponge. Non-smoker says stupid things, man. I was in New York City, guy came up to me, hey man, quit smoking, you get your sense of smell back. Oh, that's what I'm looking for when I'm in New York, you know, my sense of smell coming back, yeah. Is that urine? I think I smell a dead guy. Honey, look at that guy. Covered in urine, check this out. Think if I'd been smoking, I never would have found him. That's fresh. Someone just peed on this guy. Oh boy, now I can enjoy the wonders of New York. They're peeing on the dead. You gotta love that. Hello there, my fallen friend. How are you tonight? You having a bad day in the Big Apple? Tell you what, I'm gonna write I love New York on your chest. Try and keep your spirits up. They're peeing on the dead, you gotta respect that. We just live in such a weird culture, man. Anyone remember this, when Yul Brynner died and came out with that commercial after he was dead? I'm Yul Brynner and I'm dead now. I was thinking, he looks pretty good. Fuck, he's working. Check. Gives me a little hope. I'm Yul Brynner and I'm dead now because I smoke cigarettes. Pretty scary. But they could have done that with anyone, man. They could have done it with that Jim Hicks guy. You remember that guy? That health nut who died of a heart attack while jogging. I don't remember seeing his commercial. I'm Jim Hicks and I'm dead now. I don't know what the fuck happened. I jogged every day, ate nothing but tofu, swam 500 laps every morning, I'm dead. Yul Brynner drank, smoked, and got laid every night of his life. He's dead. Shit. Yul Brynner smoking, drinking, girls are sitting on his cue ball noggin every night. I'm running around to Dewey track it down. And we're both fucking dead. Yul used to pass me on his way home in the morning. Big, long limousine. 2 girls blowing him, cigarette in one hand, drink in the other. One day that life's gonna get to you, Yul. They're both dead. The health nut, the chain smoker, dead men, one and all. Well, what a healthy looking corpse you were, Jim. Woo. The hamstrings on that corpse. Look at the sloppy grin on Yul's corpse. These are what's known as rationalizations. of which all smokers are masters. Thank you. Welcome to Willie's World of Lies. So I don't do anything else. I don't drink. I don't do drugs any more than the average touring funk band. Man, I was up in New York City. You've been in New York lately? They sell drugs out loud in the streets of New York. The war on drugs has definitely taken a ceasefire in this city. Heroin, heroin, coke, coke, smoke, smoke, smoke. Heroin, heroin. These guys bug me, man. I'm walking down the street one day. A guy walks ahead of me, passes one of those dealers. Dealer looks at him and goes, heroin, heroin, heroin. I pass him. He looks at me. He goes, glue. I can afford heroin, you fuck. I'm doing laundry right now. Glue. Embarrass the shit out of me. You bastard, where's a bank machine? Come here. I was mortified, until I did something. No, I don't do drugs, but let me tell you something. My theory about drugs, and this is it. I know it goes against all the things you're ever going to hear, but what the fuck. Whereas there is a war on drugs, and some drugs are terrible, terrible drugs, terrible for you to do. They have no point, no purpose, and are very tragic. On the other hand, some drugs are really cool. And I think might be here for a reason. Personally, I believe that. Personally. I don't think mushrooms growing off cow shit is a joke done by God on us. And I think drugs can be used for our benefit if we use them correctly. If we use drugs correctly, they can be a benefit to us. How? For instance, remember when you were kids and you go on that summer trip with your folks? Remember that nightmare fucking vacation? You'd all stack up in the car, drive 14-hour stretches, no direction whatsoever. Sun always shining through your window regardless of which direction the car is going in. I've never understood that. I've seen the sun take turns with our car before to beam through my window. I'm like an ant under a magnifying glass. Dad, turn the air conditioning on, please. Nope, it eats up gas. And Dad, you take my college money and you turn that goddamn AC on, buddy. I'm not going to be a sunstroke mongoloid so you can save 3 cents a mile. Hush. Have a plum. I don't want a plum. I want to be freeze-dried and mailed home. Where are we going? We're on vacation. From what? Happiness? Instead of that, why don't parents and kids take mushrooms and stay home and trip together? It'd be a much better trip. Much better home movie. Just 20 minutes of someone's thumb. You see, son, the thumb is opposable. That's why we can use tools and thus live indoors. Cool, Dad. Speaking of indoors, you get the impression the walls are breathing? I do, Mom. Bill, go get your Jimi Hendrix albums. All right, Mom. Be a much better trip. And I'm not promoting the use of drugs. I want that understood. Because I've had bad times on drugs, too. Shit. Look at this haircut. I mean, really, in all honesty. One time, me and 3 friends dropped acid, drove around in my dad's car. He's got one of those talking cars. We're tripping. Car goes, the door is ajar. We pulled over, thought about that for 12 hours. How can a door be ajar? Shit, I don't know, but I see it. I see it too. Fuck.
Why would they put a jar on a car? Right, I'm not proud of that moment in my life. We got pulled over that night, too. I don't recommend that at all. If you get pulled over, pray you are drunk and not tripping on LSD. Be grateful you are drunk and not tripping on LSD. Longest fucking night of my life. Cops are tapping on this window. We're staring at them in this mirror. How tall are you? The little cop, look at him. How does he drive that big fucking car? Shit, there might be a bunch of them. What are we gonna do? Let's put them in the jar. Made perfect sense at that moment. Put them in a jar, poke some holes in the lid, leave them by the road. Your cups won't even fit us. We're gonna send some little firemen to let you out later. That's a semi-true story. Well, there are such things as cops. Nothing but it. You know what I mean? Once again, watching the news. Watching the fucking news. All we get is negative bullshit, man. You ever seen a positive drug story on the news? No, ever. No, but it's supposed to be the news, isn't it? Isn't it? It's supposed to be the fucking news. Every drug story's negative. Well, hold it. I've had some killer fucking times. Let's hear the whole story just once. Same LSD story, we've all heard it. Young man on acid, thought he could fly, jumped out of a building. What a tragedy. What a dick. Fuck him. He's an idiot. He's dead. Good. If he thought he could fly, why didn't he take off from the ground and check it out first? You don't see ducks lined up to catch elevators to fly south. He's a moron, he's dead good. How about a positive LSD story? That would be newsworthy, I think, just once. Today, a young man on acid realized that all matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration, that we are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There's no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we're the imagination of ourselves. Here's Tom with the weather. Did you see the news? It's a dream. We live in a fucking dream. See, we knew that as kids. We forgot it. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is but a fucking dream. Okay, great. Life is real, girl. It's all real. Really? Okay, great. Prove it. Can't. Okay, bye. Now we got all these musicians coming out. Rock against drugs. One thing consistent with all of them that I've seen do these commercials is all of them who do that rock against drugs, they all suck. They just suck. Good musicians did fucking drugs. Sorry, case closed. Bottom line, the end. Shut up. Man, the Beatles were so high, they let Ringo sing a couple of tunes. Tell me they weren't partying. We all live in a yellow submarine. A yellow submarine. A yellow. We all live in. You know how fucking high they were when they wrote that? They had to pull Ringo off the ceiling with a rake to sing that fucking song. John, get Ringo. He's in the corner. Oh, get it. Oh, look at him scooch. Grab him. Hook his bell bottom. Hook his bell bottom. He's got a song he wants to sing us. Something about living in a yellow tambourine or something. Ringo, Yoko's gone. Come down. We can party again.
They were real high, they wrote great music, drugs had a positive effect, case fucking closed. Yeah, but. So you see, basically I'm going to disagree with anything that the President of the United States says. Okay? Got it? Deal. I disagree. I want it on the record. I hate that motherfucker. I hate every one of them running for office. They're all scumbags. Fuck them all. And I am against them on principle alone. George Bush. Boy, that New World Order speech, that sounded real good, didn't it? New World Order, till we realized we were going to be third. Hey, recount. George, people's beliefs are so weird. It's so hard to shake your beliefs in this country. I can't figure out why we stick with our beliefs when they don't work, but we do. Christianity, a weird belief. A lot of Christians wear crosses around their necks. You think when Jesus comes back, he ever wants to see a fucking cross? Man. It's kind of like going up to Jackie Onassis with a rifle pendant on, you know? Just thinking of John, Jackie. Just thinking of John. Okay, for the sake of accuracy, there should be another rifle pendant down here and a third one over here, because there was more than one gunman. Okay, great.
Well, the Warren report said that they proved that Lee Harvey Oswald acted in... okay, great.
The Warren report is filled with lies by liars. Okay? Love you. Shut up. I've heard some weird theories about Kennedy assassination since that movie came out. Y'all see JFK? Yeah. Here's the weirdest theory I've heard. The guy who shot Kennedy, the Secret Service man in the front seat of the limo. Sounds ludicrous, doesn't it? But think about it. Every time you've ever seen the Zapruder film, have you ever looked at the Secret Service man in the front seat of that limo? No. It's like the ultimate magic trick of misdirection. It's like most people, when I see the Zapruder film, I'm looking, at Jackie's ass when she gets on the trunk of that car. Damn, she's fine. Reach for that brain, baby. Reach for that brain. What are y'all, gay? Excuse me for having a sex life. Call that a sex life? Yes, I do. I ain't too proud to beg. I don't know, folks. Sex. I'm really tired. I can't jack off anymore today. That's it. I'm serious, man. I'm going for some kind of record or something. I don't know. Is it a bad sign when you come and nothing but air comes out? I don't know if that's healthy. I don't know. I think I need some new body fluids or something. Our attitudes about sex in this country are so fucking backwards, man. And I just gotta put my 2 cents in, After watching the Clarence Thomas hearings last year and the Pee Wee Herman debacle, and now watching Bush and Buchanan trying to get mileage off of some sort of perceived pornography or obscenity, which they make up in their own head to foist off on us at any given moment to pull our chain. I would like to state for the record right now, by the way, my name is Bill Hicks. Please don't ever forget that name, because I'm going to state something for the record in case you ever see me down the line. You'll know exactly what I stand for and what I said today, and I mean it. I, Bill Hicks, love pornography. Love it. Hours of it on tape. People fucking, sucking, every imaginable combination. The most beautiful women catching the angriest loads ever tossed. And I think it is, hell, I'll say it, art. Bill Hicks, that's my name. Don't ever forget it. If you ever see me up there for, Supreme Court, Mr. Hicks, did you ever look at porno? Yes, love it. Love it. Ask anybody. Love it. People fucking, good thing. Love it. That fucking thing, good thing. That fucking thing, love it. Love that fucking thing. That's good. Fucking thing. Although I will tell you this, one of my big fears in life is I'm going to die someday and my parents are going to have to come clean my apartment out. find that porno wing I've been adding on to for years. There's gonna be 2 funerals on that day. I see my mom going through my stuff, you know. Look, honey, here's Bill when he was a Cub Scout. Look how cute my baby was. His little short pants and his little cap. Look how cute my baby was. Wonder what's in this box over here. Anal entry, volume 1 through 50. Only guy going through the gates of heaven with his mom spanking him. Mom, they were on sale. Where? See, sex, man, you know, this is another problem in this country. And this is kind of a weird thing. I don't know if you can relate to this or not, but I'm meeting more and more women who don't know anything about their own bodies. You guys know what I'm talking about at all, guys? Like, every guy here has asked his girlfriend at one time, honey, do you ever, like, look at your pussy? No. You never look at your pussy? God, no. Well, how does that work? I mean, how do you not? I mean, what? You mean tell me you've never ever gotten a mirror and squatted down and said, gee, I wonder what us is about? This seems to cause a fuss now and again. Maybe I should familiarize myself with it, it being the little fuss causer that it is. You've never fucking done that? God, no. Well, I got news for you, honey. I look at my asshole and pretend it is your pussy. Would you meet me halfway here? I'm starting to feel foolish. I'm gonna need you to carry some of the imagination burden with you. So I guarantee you every guy in this room knows exactly what his dick looks like from every conceivable angle. All right, well that's weird. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. Oh, that's all that, okay. Oh, that's interesting. All right, there, okay, wow, all right. I could pick my dick out of a lineup of every other dick in the world in about 3 seconds. That's how familiar I am with my cock. It'd be like Find Waldo. That's my dick right there. A new world record. How'd you do that, Bill? I just know my cock. There is no mystery in my I will never be baffled by an occurrence in my underpants. It will not fucking happen. But I just can't believe that attitude's so weird you ladies have. I don't know. I don't understand why. I guess people are raised that way or something. I don't know. My girlfriend like, don't you want to look at your pussy? Ew, no, disgusting. Disgusting, honey. My face is down there. What the fuck are you talking about? Man, I want to wear you like an oxygen mask for the sexually deprived. Ew, that's gross. Gross? Bring it over here, I'll fix it. I'll be Bob Vila, this old pussy. Bring that thing over here. What exactly is wrong there, baby? Oh, it's looking good to me, honey. I think maybe you overreacted a little bit. It's good, it's in good shape. Baby, it's like a self-cleaning oven. You just gotta turn it on once in a while, all right? And I'll be the handyman. The handyman can. Am I letting y'all in on more than you care to know about me? Okay. I am available for children's parties, by the way. Some of y'all might have a young'un coming of age, not want to go the traditional clown balloon animal route this year. Beelzebozo, thank you. Holy shit. Ugh, man, I'm losing my voice. Can I bum a smoke from you, sir? I'm trying to quit buying. All right, I like menthol. It's like smoking a shirt. Smoke and your breath tastes great. It's a scientific fucking miracle. Thank you. Oh, you all right? Took his eye out. Lawsuit, he owns the club. First guy fired, me. I love what I do. It's the greatest job in the world, bar none. I love it. I love the hour. And, you know what's great about it is I don't have a boss. That's the fucking plus, man. Bosses, every job I ever had always bugging me, man. Hicks, how come you're not working? I go, there's nothing to do. Well, you pretend like you're working. Well, why don't you pretend I'm working? Yeah, you get paid more than me, you fantasize. Good, pretend I'm mopping. Knock yourself out. I'll pretend they're buying shit. We can take a nap. Hard at work. Pretending away. People are annoying to me. I'm out in LA now. Every time my car gets dirty, someone writes "wash me" on the side of my fucking car. Do me a big favor, as long as I got you all together here. Don't ever touch my fucking car. If I found out who it is, it's my landlady. She's like 400 pounds, this woman, crouched behind my car. Wash me. I came by and I said, what are you doing? She goes, you're not going to rape me, are you? Gee, I don't see how. I don't know who I'm insulting. She goes, well, your car's dirty. I said, well, you know, you're fat. But I'm not carving trim me on your stomach. So, you see, I think in their end, we could have a trade-off. I won't carve that and you won't touch my car. Deal? Okay, good. And we'll work out our lives that way. I guess I got kind of a bad attitude, I don't know. Oh, dressed in black, chain smoking, saying fuck every other word out of your mouth, Bill? You're a little ray of sunshine. Get in touch with your inner child, Bill. Yeah, he was carded. He wasn't allowed in. He's out in the fucking parking lot right now. My inner child got carded. I got one of these faces people I don't even know walk up to me out of the blue and go, what's wrong? You ever get that? You're just sitting somewhere, what's wrong? Nothing. Well, it takes more energy to frown than it does to smile. Yeah, you know, it takes more energy to point that out than it does to leave me alone. How about this? You get out of my face, I'll start fucking smiling. The farther away you get, the bigger I grin. When you're out of sight, the party starts. Pop! Love me tender. Are there any questions? We'll get to my girlfriend. Have a question back here? Yeah. Who? No, my name is Hicks. This is Michaels. Figure it out, sir. Whoa, oh, they're different names. Oh! No, I don't even know Stephen Michaels. Who is that? Chicago Bears. What does he play? I know.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for clearing that up for the retarded comedian. Thank you. I've never been to Chicago, so I don't know that much about it. Bill, you're here now. Oh, shit. Is he good? My brother. Shameless. I'm shameless. Yeah, we'll get to that, man. You having trouble with women now, or what's the deal?
Yes.
Yes. Ed McMahon. Like that. Yes. Master Funk Master. Yes. Master Funk Master. Okay, great. Sex. Let's talk about that. It's the only thing I know anything about. Because I am Rasputin the Goat Boy. Understand? Good. I am Rasputin the Goat Boy. This kind of a crude... First of all, the whole deal about sex is this whole pornography issue. My question to you is, what is pornography? That's my question. What the fuck is it? Supreme Court says pornography is any act that has no artistic merit and causes sexual thought. That's their definition. No artistic merit causes sexual thought. Sounds like every commercial on television, doesn't it? You know, when I see those two twins on that Double Mint commercial, I'm not thinking of gum.
Double your pleasure. Yeah, honey, where's the Wrigley's? I feel like chewing something. Come on, you've all seen that Busch beer commercial? The girl with short hot pants opens the beer bottle on her belt buckle, leaves the bottle between her legs as it foams over her hand, and the voiceover goes, "Get yourself a Busch." You know what that looks like? No. I'll tell you the commercial they'd like to do if they could, and I guarantee you if they could, they would do this right here. Here's the woman's face, beautiful. Camera pulls back, naked breast. Camera pulls back, she's totally naked, legs apart, 2 fingers right here, and it just says, "Drink Coke." Now, I don't get the connection here, but goddamn if Coke getting on my shopping list that way. I'm purchasing some soda. Dr. Pepper. Snickers satisfying. I'm buying this shit, man. My teeth are rotting out of my head. I'm 800 pounds. I'm glued to the fucking television. I'm buying it. More Snickers, more Coke. More Snickers, more Coke. That's why the Japanese are ahead of us. More Snickers, more Coke. Sex. This is kind of a crude question, kind of sexist too, but I'm asking for a friend. Are there actually women in the world who do not like to, how can I phrase this delicately, give blowjobs? Why do I ask? I'm with this woman one time, she goes down here for like 3 seconds, starts coming back up. And I'm going, oh. Unless you're getting up to put ice in your mouth. Anyway, without getting graphic, she actually said to me, "I think you've had enough." Really? You know what? I think you're gonna know when I've had enough. Pretty definite ending to this, you know. Pretty cut and dry here. Anyway, it blew my mind, it's all it blew. And I've been doing a lot of research, you know. And it just amazes me. Because I hear these same complaints from everybody. People, if you're with someone you love, why would you have limits in the way you express yourself sexually? You know what I mean? Don't you want to do everything with that person? I mean, why is it that you ladies don't like sucking your guys' cocks and making it, I don't know, the focal point of your existence while on this planet? I actually had a woman one night go, "Yeah, you ever try it?" I said, "Yeah." Almost broke my back. Lonely night in Georgia. And all the guys going, "Honey, I have no idea what he's talking about right now. He's a devil boy, honey. He's a devil boy." Guys, you're sexual liars. If you could blow yourselves, ladies, you'd be in this room alone right now. Watching an empty stage. Oh, I tell you, my folks are so proud of me. They really are. Bill, honey, you still doing that suck your own cock bit? Yeah, Mom. Ooh, thank the Lord. Make me proud to be your mama. But anyway, I asked that woman who yelled that, you ever try it? I said, why don't you like doing that? She goes, because it's disgusting. Man, that's a tad harsh. And also, I might add a double standard, because you know what? I've never heard you ladies say it's disgusting. When we're down between your legs, gnawing away. Ooh, this is so gross. I'm gonna throw up. Don't put your finger in my... Oh, that's rude. I've never heard that. Guys, you ever heard that? Any guy? You either? Me either. Me either. Weird. Then again, maybe I can't hear it because your thighs are clamped. God, I hope she's enjoying this. I'm getting a headache down there. Yeah, I feel like drinking a Coke. What the hell's that all about? Honey, turn over. Wow, I feel like having a Snickers. I mean, those commercials work. Bill, honey, you still doing the lick the butthole bit? Yeah, Mom. Thank you, Jesus. Son, everyone at church wants to know when you're going to be performing in town. They all want to come out and see my boy perform the suck his own cock bit, followed by the lick the butthole routine. The preacher wants to talk to you after the show. I don't know what Father Swaggart has to say, but he feels y'all have a lot to chat about. Yeah, buddy. Where'd these pencils come from, man? Could have taken my eye out, man. That'd have been funny to you, goddammit. Damn it. That happened to me once, man. I'll tell you my luck at school. One day in first grade, our teacher left the room for like a minute, and we started playing keep away from this girl with her pencil. We're in like first grade. We're all laughing. Y'all quit it. Give me my pen. Would you quit it? Pencil came to me. I threw it. Went in this guy's eye. Blinds him for life. Everyone in class, Jesus, Hicks, it's a game. What are you, a psycho, man? Suddenly I'm Henry Lee Hicks here because this guy can't catch a number 2 pencil. I got it. Oh. Good move, you dork. I'm an assassin. Teacher came back. Hicks stabbed him. Oh, suddenly I'm going for the guy. Come on, it was a childhood game. It went askew. One time I was late to class, and I'm sitting down. A guy next to me yanks my chair out from under me. I hit the floor. Even the teacher cracked up. That's what you get for being tardy. Later on that year, that guy was late. He's sitting down. I yank his chair out from under him. Boom! Middle of class. Breaks his fucking back. Get up. Try harder. Shit. The guy was in every one of my classes the next 5 years. Real funny, Hicks. Guy with one eye pushed him around. What am I supposed to say to these guys, you know? Well, y'all can park closer to the school now. No more tardies. Killer idea I had. You guys like going to the movies? I love the movies more than life itself. Quote me. Anyway, I'm watching Terminator 2. Did y'all see Terminator 2? Thinking to myself, halfway through this film, these are the most amazing fucking stunts I've ever seen in my life. How are they ever going to be able to top these stunts in a movie again? There's no way. Unless they start using terminally ill people as stuntmen in pictures. Hear me out. Because I know to some of you this might sound cruel, maybe. Oh, Bill, terminally ill stunt people, that's cruel. You know what I think cruel is? Leaving your loved ones to die in some sterile hospital room surrounded by strangers. Fuck that! Put them in the movies. What? You want your grandmother dying like a little bird in some hospital room, her translucent skin so thin you can see her last heartbeat work its way down her blue veins? Or do you want her to meet Chuck Norris? Hey, Doc, how come you've dressed my grandmother up as a mugger? Shut up and get off the set. Action! Push her towards Chuck. Wow, he kicked her head right off her body. Did you see that? Did you see my Grammy? She's out of her misery. You've seen the greatest film of all fucking time. Come on. A lovely way to spend an afternoon. Okay, not one of my more popular ideas. Oh man, I got a big headache. Are there any questions at all? We have 6 more hours to go, folks. Welcome to the dark world of Willie. Impressions, did you say? Okay, I'll do an impression. Okay, I got an impression for you. Fuck it, I'll do impressions. I'm here to please. You're so much better than the first crowd. First crowd was a bunch of fucking assholes. And you know what? Little Willie told him as much. Hello. Breaking all the showbiz rules. Hey, folks, you suck. No, seriously. You, as people. They didn't get into that. I'll do some impressions for you. What the fuck? There you go. Now, these impressions have taken years to perfect. I hope you enjoy them. It's hard to get the nuance of a character down to where actually you become the character. You know what I mean? But anyway, I'll try. My first impression is Keith Richards. Okay, some of y'all seem underwhelmed by that. My next impression is Mick Jagger. All right. Hey. Under my thumb, sweetest pat in the world. Okay, thank you. Tell us a joke. Are you gonna piss me off, you little fucking cocksucker? Got it? You'll join crowd 1 under 6 feet sleep at the fucking fishes. I'm a murderer at heart. Welcome, come on in. I don't know, man. I just have to disagree with everything that goes on. This whole abortion issue. Oh, here's a crowd pleaser. This whole abortion thing, this whole sanctity of life, this whole childbirth is a miracle thing. Oh, childbirth is such a miracle. It's such a miracle. Wrong! No more a miracle than eating food and a turd coming out of your ass. It's a chemical fucking reaction. You know what a miracle is? Raising a kid who doesn't talk at a goddamn movie theater. There. There's a holy miracle. Miracle's raising a kid who doesn't run into my Crocs at the supermarket because they have no peripheral vision. Where's that little miracle? Come here. Mommy, come here. If it were a miracle, then not every 9 months any yin-yang in the world could drop a litter of these mewling cabbages on the planet. And in case you have not checked the single mom statistics lately, the miracle is spreading like fucking wildfire. Hallelujah. Trailer parks all over America, filling up with little miracles. Thunk. Thunk. Like frogs laying eggs. Thunk. Look at all my little miracles. Thunk. Filling up my trailer like a sardine can. Look at that. Thunk. You know, it'd be a real miracle if I could remember your daddy's name. Funk. I guess I'll have to call you Trucker Jr. That's all I remember about your daddy, was his fuzzy little pot belly riding on top of me, shooting his caffeine-ridden semen into my belly to produce my little waterhead miracle baby child. Thunk. There's your brother, Pizza Boy Delivery Jr. Thunk. There's your other brother, Will Work for Food Jr. Hallelujah. Thank you very much. Thank you. I am Little Willie. I'm merely a channel for the Dark Lord. How many of y'all think I could be the Antichrist at this point in the show? That's not enough yet. I'm not the Antichrist. It's 2 6s and a 9. I'm bluffing. So my girlfriend left me. Hard to believe. I know you're thinking that's gotta. How could that be, Bill? Guy like you sitting around watching porno, trying to blow yourself all day, and she left? What's wrong with her? Through better or worse, right? Honey, don't leave. I'm almost there. Come sit on my head. Bummer. You know what's weird? She said she loved me, but when she left, she took the TV, the bed, and the VCR. I guess when we were at home and she was saying, I love you, I love you, I love you, I was standing in front of either the TV, the bed, or the VCR. And like, oh, that's frightening to me. I tell you, you got it, you fucking idiot. You're just our little ape man. We just ride your fucking coattails, you fucking idiot. Oh, thank you. Welcome. Hi, how are you? But I guess when we were at home and she was saying, I love you, I love you, I love you, I was standing in front of either the TV, the bed, or the VCR at the time. I'm like an idiot. I love you, you big 19-incher. Thanks, honey. So she can't have. I have no idea what happened just now. So I'm alone, and it's really hard. It's hard to have a relationship in this business because I'm traveling. It's going to take a very special woman or a bunch of average ones. Ain't too proud to be. You know what I mean? But these sex phone lines, I could never call one of those sex phone lines. It'd be far too embarrassing, man. Call one of those, have some strange woman going, you've got me so hard. Your cock is so big. You've got the biggest cock. I think I got the wrong number. And lie to me, but stay within reason, you know? I'm not a fucking idiot. Closer to the truth. Oh, you've got a cock. All right, I'm with you. Keep chatting. Hello, man with penis holding. Why am I holding? Vincent van Gogh, one of my personal heroes. Great artist. Girlfriend left him. He cut off his fucking ear and sent it to her. What do you ladies think of that? Would that impress you? I have a feeling the ear is what you wouldn't be looking for. I don't know. Maybe the cock to go with those balls you already had. I guess ugliness. We're reduced to ugliness for no apparent reason. Just 5 minutes to go. Can it work before this woman starts spitting pea soup? That's all I want to know. I mean, trying to go, big laugh, good night, and she just, oh shit, I didn't make it. I don't want pea soup spilled on me. I've had that enough. Tell you a true story. I'm reading in the paper a few years ago. Ted Bundy. You remember Ted Bundy? Ted Bundy's on trial. I read an article in the paper. It said while Ted Bundy was on trial, the courtroom was filled with women trying to meet Ted Bundy and give him love letters and wedding proposals. Well, I'm sorry to say, first thing that crossed my mind when I read that article was, and I'm not getting laid. True story, a woman is suing the state of Wisconsin. Why would you sue the state of Wisconsin? Well, she married a fella on death row for killing, let's say, 16 women. He has AIDS. She married him and is suing the state of Wisconsin for conjugal rights. She wants to fuck him. Sorry to say, the first thing that crossed my mind reading that was, and I'm not getting laid. Okay. What are you ladies looking for exactly? If I kill 3 of you and get herpes, will that make me attractive to you? How bad is your self-esteem, ladies? Really, seriously, let's question that. I guarantee you Satan is going to have no problems on this planet because all the women are going to go, what a cute bud. But he's Satan. You don't know him like I do. He's the Prince of Darkness. I can change him. And I know that's going to happen for a fact if any of y'all have ever seen The Line outside of a Patrick Swayze movie. He is Satan. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. But I tell you, when my girlfriend left me, I was really bummed for a long time, you know? Well, because I loved her, dude. How's that? Yeah, I'm an idiot. You're an idiot, Bill. Yeah, I know. You know what? It occurred to me, you can't get bitter. You gotta look on the bright side. You gotta let it go. And on the bright side, I thought it helped my career that she left me, because I became driven. I became driven by a fantasy that one day this girl who I love more than anyone on earth, and she said she loved me, then left. One day this girl is gonna be living in a trailer park. Yeah, that's it. She's gonna have 9 naked little kids with rickets that bring home dead animals from the side of the road for them to eat at night. Burrs in their hair, mud on their face, rats laying babies in their ears and nostrils. Yeah, that's it. She's gonna live with this ex-welder, 600 pounds, fur all over his back, drinks warm beer, farts, belches, beats the kids, watches Dukes of Hazzards every fucking night, and has to have it explained to him. Yeah, that's it. One night he's going to be making love to her and his heart's going to explode. And she's going to be trapped under 600 pounds of flaccid fish belly cellulite, shifting like the tides of the ocean, as blood and phlegm and bile and a chaw of tobacco pours out of his mouth and nose into her face. And just before she drowns in that tepid puddle of afterbirth, she turns to the Tonight Show, and I'm going to be on it. Y'all have a great night. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bill Hicks, everybody. Bill Hicks, let's hear it. How about a hand also for Rick Ashton? And one more time, let's have a big hand for your headliner, Bill Hicks. One more time for Bill Hicks. Let him hear you.
Yeah. If you guys haven't done so yet, take a second or two now to go ahead and fill out those prize cards. We'll be having that drawing for dinner for 2 at the Butcher Shop Steakhouse in just a couple more minutes. Once you have the card filled out, just hold it up in the air, wave it around. A waiter, waitress, or a floor seater will come by and collect all cards from you. And also, don't forget to tip the wait staff. They work very hard to take care of you, so please take care of them. Fill those cards out, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
I've seen a lot of things when I was high. I never thought an egg
was a brain. I have seen UFOs split the sky like a blue sheet, but I have never thought an egg was a brain. I have had a UFO land next to me and 7 balls of light get off, surround me, lead me onto their ship, and explain to me in loving terms that we are all one and there is no death. But I have never thought an egg was a brain. Maybe I'm not getting good shit. See, what bugs me about the war on drugs is that all drugs are not the same. And there's this blanket war on drugs, you know, except for alcohol, which is a drug and which happens to kill more people than crack, coke, and heroin combined. But let's have a little ceasefire on, hey, it's okay to drink your drug. We're having a war on those other drugs, those untaxed drugs, for instance.
I went home to see my folks for the holidays. It was as stressful as I thought it would be. Seeing the folks is fun for about the fraction of a nanosecond, isn't it? Mom, Dad, can I get a ride back to the airport? My mom, every morning. Hey, honey, time to get up. Time to get up. Time to get... Mom, if I'm asleep, it's time to stay asleep. When I get up, it's time to get up. That's math, okay? She'd wake me up. She means well. She's feeding me every waking hour. Get up, honey, and eat. You're so thin and pale, honey. I fixed all your favorite foods, honey. Get up and eat. Please, honey. At the end of the week, I'm fat, I'm tired, I'm pissed off. Time to get up and eat all day. And then she got mad at me. Honey, you go visit with someone, you're here to visit, not sleep now. Honey, we want to talk to you. Me and your daddy haven't seen you, we want to talk to you. We don't want to watch you sleep, baby. Okay, Mom, I just can't wait till you and Dad come visit me one holiday. Hey, Mom, it's 4 in the morning. What are you doing in bed? Come on, they're still drinking in Louisiana. Let's go, let's go. I got a reel of Coke on the coffee table. I just rolled a joint. You're at my house, Mom. We're on the road trip to hell in this abode.
With his appearance on The David Letterman Show, Bill Hicks has become Houston's king of comedy.
Guys, ever found yourself sitting around not really thinking like this? My dad sits around and talks world politics with people like this. Well, I think that Reagan... Yeah, Dad, why aren't you on 2020, man? The fact that you look...
He's already an old pro. At just 23, he's been appearing professionally at comedy clubs all over the country since he was 15.
You got to be the band leader. You're the authority figure. They're thinking as one mind out there, and you have to take charge and be in total control, or you're going to bomb. And they'll eat you alive as soon as they know that you're scared.
He's been called everything from a hostile Bob Newhart to the Clint Eastwood of comedy. How does he describe his style?
It's jazz. It's jazz thinking. It's a rhythm.
I went to pay my phone bill at the grocery store today. They wouldn't let me pay it till I gave them ID. Yeah, like I'm going to pay somebody else's phone bill. I was 12, I wanted a go-kart. All my friends wanted go-karts. All my friends got go-karts. I'm 12 years old. I got a college dictionary. I swear to God, on a stand. Whoa. You could almost hear the other kids going, forget the go-karts. Let's go over to Hicks's house. Look up words. Party.
Make fun of myself more than anybody. I think that's why the audience comes to see comics, to see these guys going, I'm such a loser. I'm such a loser. And they feel better. What a great loser that guy was. He's a loser, and he told us about it. We like him.
sergeant sent me and my men on a search. He wanted us to go out and get the lay of the land. We were to find any people who might be the enemies of man. Walked for days underneath that desert sky, not sure what we would find. And then far in the distance on the horizon, there appeared out of the heat waves a mirage. Outside the tent was a bouncer named Omar. Said we looked hot and tired from our trip. We could come inside and refresh ourselves with the finest Iraqian chicks. God, look at them all. Ha! I'm not sure what it says in the book, but from how this looks, I don't think our sergeant can reprimand, 'cause definitely these girls are the lay of the land, yeah. Lay of the land, shake that veil. Lay of the land. We stayed in that tent for 40 days. We spent every penny of our army pay. They danced for us, they danced in our face. We slipped good American dollars beneath their veil. All our men have wondered what became of us. They probably think we died from the heat underneath the sun. Little did they know we were just doing fine. Thanks to the ministrations from these Iraqian fine girls. Look at them. Lay of the land. Shake
shake that veil, lay the land, shake that veil, lay the land, lift that veil, yeah, lay the land, shake that veil, I surrender to you, baby. Yeah.
Time has come to air the voice of reason. In a world gone mad, adrift on banal seas, for all who feel that lies have had their season, and whose hearts cry out instead for honesty. For all the weary souls grown bored with dreaming, whose thirst for beauty and for knowledge goes unslaked. For all who want to wake from what is dreaming, to know what's real and what is real to embrace. For all who've watched with mounting horror, evil's reign upon this world grow ever clear. For all who've prayed in vain emancipators, wielding swords of truth and laughing without fear. Nah.
It's a manifesto. That's it.
It's a manifesto.
I like that.
You know what it is? I talk to the audience like I talk to my friends, and people inherently will be shocked by that. Some people. But I just think that to talk to the audience conversationally is better than putting on an act. Particularly since I work every single night. If I did an act, I would be terribly bored.
So do you kind of go on stage knowing what you're doing, or do you leave it open and sort of go with it?
Oh, it's all pre-planned.
Oh, is it?
No. Oh, no, it's kind of conversational. You know, you go, I mean, some of it's planned, some of it isn't. And that adds an element of spontaneity that I think is necessary in good comedy.
I saw an interview where the guy said, "You're not going to smoke, Bill."
Right, right.
And you got a cigarette out and you smoked. And
I guess I'm a heavy smoker. I go through about 2 lighters a day.
yeah.
And, yeah, is that a lot? Yeah. But, you know, I just want to tell non-smokers that something they probably don't know, but they should. Non-smokers die every day. Okay. Sleep tight.
Does your act change, evolve? Has it evolved? Does it change?
No, not at all.
Or do you
I'm real worried about that.
Yeah?
No, yeah, it changes all the time. You know, it's depending on news stories and whatever else comes up. I like talking about things that I care about because that way, like I said, it can stay fresh.
Like what?
Well, I don't know. The thing that in the States it just happened, that death penalty thing. Was that big over here?
Yeah.
That was incredible. And I found it ironic that Christians were against the death penalty. Because if it weren't for capital punishment, you know, there'd be no Easter. And so...
Get him off. You know those.
I hope they know this is the nice stuff. Too.
This is. Let me tell you.
They come up. They call me up. Bill, we'd like you to come on, but don't be yourself. Oh, all right, great.
Do you see you're going to mellow in sort of older age?
I doubt I'm ever going to make older age.
The stuff you talk about drinking.
I'm 14 now, you know,
Yeah.
so age is
fun.
really lapping me.
But that's another thing about your age. You talk about stuff as if you were brought up in this sort of Vietnam era.
The 60s, right.
But you were a babe in the 60s.
My brother was older, so I think that music sort of bled through the walls into my little baby room. But yeah, that's the era that I like. I don't really see how you can discount an era when the philosophy was peace and love. Doesn't that still pertain at all?
Yeah.
I think it's ironic that in the 60s, kids made the peace sign, peace, and now all the kids are going, forget it, Satan. Something's happened, you know.
Or they turn it around. Listen, what do your parents, does your dad kind of get on the phone and say, hey, Bill, love the Dangerous album and love the Relentless one?
They hate it, you know. Well, they don't hate it, but they just don't approve of the language, you know. My dad will go, Bill, do you have to use the F word in your act, son? Bob Hope doesn't need to use the F word in his act. And I'm like, yeah, Dad, but Bob Hope doesn't play the places I play. Put him in some of these joints. I'd love to see his act. It'd be like Richard Pryor.
Do you play some kind of dives? Or do you choose?
I used to. I don't anymore.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
Well, I have a choice now.
Isn't it sort of more
Let's see, Bill, the Queen's Theatre in London, or you want to go to Alabama?
Well, you're going. Where's your first port of call?
Glasgow.
Hey, home of Billy Connolly. They'll like
what
you.
does that mean? What do I have waiting for me? Can I bust this crowd into Glasgow?
Are you familiar with kilts?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who are the British comedians that you like?
I like, when I was a kid, I saw this Charlie Chaplin movie called City Lights, and it really blew me away, because not only did I not notice it, and it just didn't have dialogue, and I didn't even notice it. You know what I mean? It was just so well performed. That really struck a chord with me.
Have you ever had if you're in show business, what other people called a real job? You know, what parents call a real job.
Yeah, I've held 2 real jobs. You know, I just don't get along with bosses. I used to always get, Hicks, how come you're not working? You know, and I go, well, there's nothing to do. And he'd go, well, you pretend like you're working. And I go, well, why don't you pretend I'm working?
Good point.
You get paid more than me, you fantasize.
If God forbid something happened and a doctor came to you and said, Bill, sorry, there's no way, you can't tour anymore, you can't go on stage.
No, I'd probably, I write too, you know, so.
Yeah. Well, for other comedians or just
No,
yourself?
for like screenplays.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Have we seen any? Will we
No, I just started
They're that
doing
good?
it. Yeah, they're that good.
Good. No, you just started. What have you written then?
Oh, I wrote this movie about Elvis, because the big joke in the States is about that Elvis is still alive, and yet no one's done a movie about that. And I asked the question, what if Elvis is alive? His death was faked. He decided to make a comeback, and no one believed he was Elvis, but thought he was an aging Elvis impersonator. And it's just sort of a black comedy, while he tries to prove that he's Elvis. And everyone always says, you can't be Elvis, you're too old to be Elvis. And he's like, no, I'm the exact age I should be. Because everyone remembers him as Elvis.
Well, good luck on your tour, and good luck with Glasgow, Bill. Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Hicks.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, our next performer has been quoted in Attitude magazine as being a statesman for his generation. He's a comic, a poet, a revolutionary, Mr. Bill Hicks.
Let me hear you say, yo! Say it, yo! Well, all right. That's it. End of your part. Thank you. Hope you don't mind if I smoke. I know it's getting harder and harder to find a place to smoke these days. I feel like I'm in high school with the bathroom window cracked again. You know, they say cigarette addiction is harder to break than heroin addiction. Yeah, so I'm 0 for 2. I don't do drugs. I don't think they tell us the truth about drugs, though. You know, they tell you marijuana smoking makes you unmotivated. That's bullshit. When I was high, I could do everything I normally could do just as well. I just realized it wasn't worth the fucking effort, man. That was it. Why get out of bed? Shit. I'm just going to get in traffic and go to a job I hate. Fuck it. Stay in bed and watch cartoons. All the news stories about drugs are negative. Same LSD story every time. Young man on acid thought he could fly, jumped out of a building. What a tragedy. I'm thinking, what a dick. If he thought he could fly, why didn't he take off from the ground and check it out first? Why ruin it for everybody else? You don't see ducks lined up to catch elevators to fly south, goddammit. I'd like to see a positive LSD story. Would that be newsworthy? Just once? Today, a young man on acid realized that all matter is merely energy condensed to a slower vibration, that we are all one consciousness, experiencing itself subjectively. There's no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and you're the imagination of yourselves. Here's Tom with the weather. What a fucking story. Why do people do drugs? Why do you do drugs? Why? Who wants to live in this fucking world? Who? A world where John Lennon was murdered, yet Barry Manilow continues to put out fucking albums. That's where we live. Why is it always good guys are murdered? John Lennon murdered, John Kennedy murdered. Why is it good guys are murdered? Mediocre hacks live on forever. Martin Luther King murdered. Gandhi murdered. Jesus murdered. Reagan shot, wounded, cancer 8 times. That fucker still walks. This guy's like Jason at this point, man. I'm back. Waiting to see him in a hockey mask. Any speech now? Well, you shot me, I'm back. Cancer on my nose, I'm back. Cancer in my ass, I'm back. My God, what's it gonna take? A syringe of AIDS shot in your eyeball? I'll do it. A Trident missile shot up your fascist, evil, mean-spirited, corporate puppet, devil cock-sucking ass? Where's the button? Ronald, 6 letters. Wilson, 6 letters. Reagan, 6 letters. Pretty frightening coincidence there, huh? But I do not believe he's the Antichrist, because that'd be too obvious and he's too stupid. But I'm going to tell you something. I know who the Antichrist is. He is in physical form. He is upon the earth. I know who it is. Pretty heavy burden, but I do. Dick Clark. Dick Clark. Yeah, you'll love him. What else would Satan do? Huh? Master of lies. Year after year, week after week, systematically lowering the standards of the earth, making mediocrity a goal. Dick fucking Clark. As long as he's been on TV, he hasn't aged one fucking day, man, has he? Doesn't seem human, does it? Natural. That's not Dick Clark. That's a Dick Clark rubber mask with a zipper in the back. Underneath, when he gets off that TV show after he's brought you Rick Astley and Debbie Gibson with a straight face, there's another clue. He goes into his office and he unzips that zipper. Underneath, there's a cloven-hooved, horned Wolverine. There's a knock at the door. The door opens. John Davidson walks in. John Davidson drops his pants and his bikini panties and leans over a desk, and the Wolverine mounts him. A black, blood-gorged tick crawls out of the scaly penis of the Wolverine into the bowels of John Davidson. John Davidson is now pregnant with the children of the Prince of Darkness. In the off-season, he becomes fat and swollen and begins to shit the brood. Geraldo Rivera. Kenny Rogers. Wham. Oprah.
See? Thank you. My mom wrote that. Well, you've been a very nice crowd. Before you go, I understand there's tensions out there, and I understand people are snapping right and left, killing other people. If you're going to kill somebody, have some taste about you. Don't kill fucking John Lennons of the world. And I know I could snap. I know it. I feel it. I hate it. I got it. I'm at a red light. The guy before me has his right blinker blinking, and he's not turning. Man, I'm just, fuck it. You can make a right or red. You fucking asshole. Everybody in the goddamn world knows that. Children raised by wolves know that. Wolves know it. Just don't kill good people. Thank you very much. You've been fantastic. I mean, you say yo!
Keep it going for Bill Hicks. Bill has a new book out, by the way. He wrote a children's book. It's called How to Kill Grandpa. Pick up a copy.
Disc. What about you, ma'am? You from here? Yeah, what are you doing? Insurance, yeah. How do you feel being a tick bird on society's ass? I bet you sleep like a baby at night, don't you? This is your world. What'd you do tonight, honey? Well, I raised everyone's premium so they can't afford it. Good night. This is your world, not mine. I feel pretty good. I've been living with the same girl for 3 years now, and I think I'm finally ready to pop the big question. Why? Are we still seeing each other? God, I hate you. And I'm afraid she'll take that wrong. Women are so sensitive. I don't hate you, just everything you think, do, and say. I've learned to hate. I don't hate the inner you that God created and I've never fucking seen. I hate the you that you've misrepresented yourself to me as, which is not even you, so don't get so fucking offended. I doubt it'll go that smoothly. We had fun, though. We did for a while. You know, that's the sad thing. Fun for a while, you know. Like Valentine's, I went and bought lingerie for. That was fun. You guys buy lingerie for your wives, girlfriends? Boy, I'm glad to see romance is alive and well here. Are all you ladies wearing cotton with holes tonight? What's the deal? What do your guys get you? Skillets? Here, honey, here's a frying pan. Make me a burger. Oh, by the way, I love you. I'll be on the couch. Guys, do this, man. Go get your girl something, you know? And it's great because you go in the lingerie store and beautiful women work there and they come up and help you with your fantasy. Swear to God. Gorgeous woman works there. Can I help you? And I said, yeah. I'd like to buy some lingerie for my girlfriend. Well, what does she like? I said, I don't know. What do you got? She said, well, we have crotchless pantyhose. You think she'd like that? I think she's going to learn to like that. You just made a sale. Boy, that's pretty easy. There's no strong-arm tactics in the lingerie store. So what else do you got? She said, well, we have hose with just the bottoms cut out. I like those. You do? Oh, shit. Give me two and you keep one. I like the idea of women wearing bottomless hose. That is a goodness. But then things went south on us, you know? Basically what I'm saying to you is, I want my fucking rib back. You know, it says in the Bible that woman was created out of man's rib so man wouldn't be lonely. Got to keep in mind this was thousands of years before cable. I got a VCR, I got Nintendo.